From the Royal Hall of the Palace Hotel in Slima, Malta, I'm Tony Mikallef. On behalf of the Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children, I would like to welcome, first of all, the audience present here. A very good morning to you all. And I know that we are live on social media, wherever you are. Thanks for joining in. We have a thoroughly eventful event with a lot of speakers. We also have a very important keynote speaker, the retired Chief Judge, His Honourable Philip Marcus, who will be joining us very soon. So I would like to wish you all a very interesting event, and I would like to start by inviting over here the President of Happy Parenting Malta, ladies and gentlemen, Mary Gauci.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you all for joining us today. Special appreciation to Judge Philip Marcus and all the speakers. A very good day to you all, and welcome to our second international seminar, which has now become an event reaching thousands across many countries, an annual event. Our NGO has two main areas of work. We have awareness and prevention, and support and therapy. Anthony Cauchi and I, together with a small group, started our mission 4 years ago. Now we have hundreds of members. We employ staff, and we have volunteers to help us manage the NGO. Since 4 years, we organize weekly parental alienation support group in the presence of lawyers and social care professionals. New victims contact us every week for guidance and assistance. And we do assist them by food, other essential items, shelter. We lend them a listening ear and offer them basic guidance, legal guidance, counseling, and psychotherapy. We also organize an annual 17-day awareness campaign just before Christmas, when the suffering is felt even more. Thus, our Black Christmas tree is showing a few green leaves, symbolic of improvement and hope. During this annual national campaign, our message is that parental alienation is family violence, and children need both parents. We are often very present on the media. I myself produce and present a weekly one-hour radio program on the National Broadcasting Services Radio Malta, and this is about social aspects mainly in relation to family well-being. Our organization made various recommendations for changes needed in the family law and in the court procedure. These suggestions are being considered by the government and have been put on the electoral manifesto, which is a pledge that due action will be taken. We are honored today that both Justice and Family Ministers will be joining us here during this seminar. We have Family Minister Balzan coming here this morning, and Justice Minister Attard this afternoon. A National Technical Committee on Parental Alienation has been set up, where I, Mary Gauci, am member on this committee as President of our NGO, Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children. I am glad to say on a personal note that now I have Dar Christine's Planning Authority permit to add more family units in one spacious therapy residential complex, Dar Christine. Christine, my daughter, a soldier, died tragically while diving 2 years ago. She used to help many people in need, so I decided to continue in her footsteps. Everything at the NGO so far is done voluntarily. We need help and support in various areas. We encourage volunteers to join us and to help us progress further and assist more individuals and families, both professionals and others. Our satisfaction in this NGO is that we know that we are making a difference in many victims' and families' lives. We are aware that we are also helping to minimize psychological trauma and even prevent from people committing suicide. I invite now Anthony Cauchi, who will share some of the parents' and grandparents' stories and feedback. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it because Mary Gauci was the only person that believed in me 4 years ago, when I, 5 years ago, attended a seminar in Prague about this subject, this topic. Hardly anybody knew what this topic is and what's it all about. Very few here in Malta. And therefore, I thank her. I appreciate what she has done for us as an NGO, as an organization, to bring us forward, dedicated a lot. So also behind us, there is a whole team, not just us. There is many, many others are helping in the background, day in, day out. Still, we appeal for more help, more forward, especially by the authorities, especially by the people that are working in the field. And so therefore, I thank you and thank especially Honourable Judge Philip Marcus for attending here today. I appreciate it that the ministers are coming. We need everybody on board to address these issues. Yes, I would like to share some of the issues that we have experienced in the last 4 years. As Mary Cauchi was saying, we meet them every week, every Sunday evening. This was the most time that they felt they are so lonely. Sunday evening is the evening that it worked. So therefore, many, many fathers and mothers, grandparents, reach out to us and share their experience with us. I am going to share some things with you that they have mentioned to us. For example, I quote, "If it wasn't for you, I would have taken up my life." A father also told me, "You are giving," that a mother said to him, "You are giving maintenance money to pay lawyers to destroy you." Several mothers said to me that the father doesn't pay any maintenance, not even 1 cent. Still, I love my children, I put my children first, and I do not want to put him in jail. A mother shared that her lawyer advised her not to give the children, share the children with the father, to destroy him, to get what they want or what we want. This mother was against this, and we appreciated it. Many parents say that the other parent goes to the doctor, asks for a child certificate on a regular basis, especially at the time of access. To limit the time, to reduce the time of the targeted parent. Many fathers say they end up in jail for hours, days, weeks, to the prejudice of allegations made, mostly here in Malta, is by the mother, some by the father, in cutting all contact with their children. issuing a protection order, perhaps guilty before proven innocent, or guilty itself. There was, as this subject is very, very counterintuitive if you're not specialized in this subject, there was an article not long ago that proven by a judge here in Malta that 80% of the reports were false allegations. So therefore 20% only were actually guilty. So I ask, are these some of the children that are getting alienated? A mother mentioned that she got a jail sentence as well for excess. Is this the way to treat parents regarding maintenance and excess? Put them in jail? It's like when we were children with the corporate punishment. You did something wrong, and we have to hit you. Here in Malta, we decriminalized a lot of things. And us as an NGO, Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children, believe there should be another way when it comes to excess and maintenance. To decriminalize. We want healing, not punishment. That's the way to go. Bring children first. Really, best interest of the children. Could you imagine at school telling the children, oh, your mother is in jail or your father is in jail? It's not healthy. We want healing and away from such systems that take too long. Another issue at school we face with parents. One particular grandparent shared that one parent goes to school, usually the alienating parent, the person that wants to paint a very bad picture on the other parent, influencing the school management team because probably a protection order or allegations or accusations, but not fully proven. So the school here as well decides to cut all contact with that parent completely. Why, I ask, dear educators, teachers, headmasters at school? Some parents have to go to court begging a judge to request for the permission of the password. We had the pandemic the last 2 years, and therefore we had to go online. So a mother or a father that's getting affected has to go to a judge, file an application. It takes months, if not years, just to get the password of teens. That's the education department program that they use. Or even said, results of the children. The results of the child, how he's doing. If there is an allegation on the mother or the father, why do the children have to be affected so much? If it is on the children, then it's a bit of a different story. But when it's on the other parent, why is the children cut off completely from that parent? Perhaps Judge Philip Marcus can explain this further later on. And many other speakers that have joined us and are going to join us today. And from the bottom of my heart, I will appreciate your input for coming here, also online. I know we're affiliated with about more than 45 organizations worldwide, and in 25 different countries. I followed many, many conferences, and therefore I have the full support of these speakers today. And from Mary and myself and the team would like to thank them all for giving such input today. Thank you. Thank you all, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day of what we have for you. And take note, and more so, implement and take action on such things. Please, children need us. They are held hostage, kidnapped, some fully erased from one parent completely. Not just that one parent, but the entire family So we have parents, grandparents, siblings that don't know each other, they don't see each other. Another recommendation that we have done is DNA at birth. We have issues with not knowing who the parent is. So therefore, I thank you all, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Anthony. You've set the agenda. It's a very agenda quite exhaustive. I'm sure with the quality of speakers that we have today, will try and give their best. It's time to introduce our keynote speaker, the retired Chief Judge, Honourable Philip Marcus. Philip Marcus is an Israeli jurist who, building on his background as a judge, lawyer, and activist for change, is a consultant, researcher, writer, and even lecturer on family law and family courts, together with professional ethics and jurisprudence. Special emphasis on persons who are affected by family disputes, children, the elderly, and others whose interests might be injured. He has devoted his time, especially since retiring as a judge of the Jerusalem Family Court in 2012, to independent multidisciplinary work, collaborations, and consultancy on a worldwide basis. Philip Marcus is a consultant to committees of the Knesset, namely the Parliament of Israel, on all proposed legislation concerning children, the elderly, and persons with disabilities. He is a member of national and international organizations dealing with families in distress and therapeutic jurisprudence. He has lectured in many countries in 5 continents, and he is often consulted by countries and organizations around the world about family court system reform, including, where necessary, proposals for changes in law. What a CV. What an honor to have you here. I invite the retired Chief Judge, His Honourable Philip Marcus.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to be visiting Malta, my first time here. And it occurred to me that Israel and Malta and the Jewish people have a lot in common. We're small related to the other nations of the world. We have no imperial aspirations. We don't want to take over anyone else's country, but when we're attacked, we fight fiercely. The history of Malta is of being attacked and occasionally occupied, and now, like Israel, you've received independence. You are having great fun and games with democracy after other regimes which were involved here, and a tremendous sense of your own history and national pride, and all those things which lead or should lead to a cohesive society. So I'm delighted and gratified that Mary and her team and Anthony have not only invited me here as keynote speaker, but have also involved me in the planning of the conference, the seminar, so that the maximum benefit will accrue to the children of Malta and the children of people all around the world who are involved and watching this seminar. So, again, my thanks. Just another bit of background. I was born in England. Anyone who has an ear will pick that up from my accent. I got my law degree at University College London. We moved to Israel in 1978 with my wife, Miriam, who is here. We have 7 children and lots of grandchildren. I was a lawyer in London, requalified as a lawyer in Jerusalem, and in 1995, when they set up the Specialist Family Court, I was one of the first judges to be appointed as a specialist family judge. I did my master's degree at Haifa University. As you will hear, my thesis was trying to get rid of the doctrine of rights and to speak only about responsibilities. I realize that is highly controversial, but I think it will give us an indication of how we ought to be looking at child-parent relationships and how the law ought to be looking at issues involving children and their parents. I retired 10 years ago, and since then I've been, as the Honourable President here said, devoting myself to reading, thinking, writing, lecturing on these topics. So my topic today is the title of the conference, Changes Needed for Family Well-Being in Line with the European Convention on Human Rights. What I have to say today will be split into 2 parts. The introductory part today, when I will deal with the basic principles, and then in another section dealing with legal aspects, I will deal with the legal aspects as I see them, including referring, of course, to the European Convention on Human Rights, but also other conventions to which Malta is signatory. And you will see how I speak about that. I have tremendous respect for Happy Parenting Malta because of the subtitle, because it puts children at the center. I'm involved in various voluntary organizations, including Two Wishes. You'll be hearing later from David Curl, who is one of my colleagues and founder of Two Wishes, an international organization whose objects are very similar to those of Happy Parenting Malta. I've been working for many years with an organization in Israel called In Between. I'm a member of the Parental Alienation Study Group and also of the Association of Family Conciliation Courts. And as mentioned, there is an International Society for Therapeutic Jurisprudence, and as I'll explain later, the Family Court in Israel is based on jurisprudential therapy or therapeutic jurisprudence, combining, taking account of the interests of the parties and their children, and not only dealing with the legal dispute which presents itself. This requires reform of the court, and we'll be speaking about that. So putting children at the center, unfortunately, the way things look at the moment, both in the legal framework and in other frameworks, the dispute between the parents is at the center, and the children are simply innocent bystanders caught often in a lethal crossfire. Whereas we ought, according to my view and the view of this organization, be putting children at the center, and the parents are responsible for the interests of the children, as we will see very shortly. And working together. Unfortunately, we, in our modern day of increasing specialization, the people in different specializations don't talk to each other, or when they do, they misinterpret what they have to say. If you talk about the word motion in English, if you talk to a lawyer, he means an application to the court. If you talk to a medical doctor, he's talking about what happens at the lower end of the digestive tract. And that's only one example of the many ways in which the language can get mixed up if the people in the different professions don't speak together and don't learn together. So what I'm going to say will be directed towards that. Here we are, siloed demolition. People in different professions, they speak to each other, they have a kind of private language, and if they do not speak to each other, then the results can be disastrous. Here's a quote from a book called Range. I strongly recommend it. Over-specialization can lead to collective tragedy even when every individual separately takes the most reasonable course of action. And that's why I will be meeting next week with people in the university. Because students of the different professions need to be exposed before they qualify. And, of course, after they qualify, professionals need to be exposed to the different disciplines and understand each of them. What are the assumptions and what are the capacities of members of each profession to do in these situations? And we're talking about law and social work and psychology, psychiatry, medicine, education, court administration, therapy, etc. International and national organizations, including this one, have taken the lead and should take the lead in reaching out to members of the different professions and demolition of silos. So here it is, parental responsibilities and not rights. If dad says, I have the right to decide where my child is going to be educated, and mom says, no, I have a right to decide where my child is going to be educated, then you have a clash. And that clash, if it cannot be resolved elsewhere, comes to the court. But that's not the case. The parents don't have any rights. They have a responsibility to educate their child. They have a responsibility to work together to decide what is the educational establishment which is going to be most appropriate for that child, with that child's particular interests and abilities, and there should be no fight about it. They should reach out to a counsellor if they can't do it themselves, but they certainly shouldn't be an issue for fighting. And that applies throughout the child's life, it's trite to say, but it has to be remembered. A child's identity and attitude to relationships are formed in the immediate family. A child who grows up in a family where the parents are arguing and separating does not internalize a normative picture of spousal relationships. A child who is not having a decent relationship with both parents, that child will not internalize a picture of what it is to be a parent. And as a result, when he or she grows up, they will have difficulty forming permanent, sound relationships. They will be suspicious that any relationship is going to break down, and they will have difficulties in bringing up their children. There are lecturers today who will be developing this, the psychological issues involved. I know enough about attachment to know that the identity of a child and the personality are formed in the very, very early years, but continue to be formed while the child grows up and onwards. And therefore, each parent has a responsibility to ensure that the child has decent relationship with both parents and their extended families, and not to do anything which might damage that. And that happens even or especially after the parties separate. This is what we as professionals in the field need to be aiming for. And any doctrine of rights skews the picture and takes things out of what I think is their natural course. So here we are, child psychological abuse. These are some of the things you'll be hearing from my colleague Bill Bernett about what happens when a parent wants to separate a child from the other parent. These are some of the things that happen, and it's very, very sad and causes terrible damage. Professor Vezzetti, who's also speaking today, will talk about the psychological harm and the physiological harm that happens when a child is under stress because the parents are breaking up. And this has it's a public health issue, and it has economic ramifications. These economic costs are colossal. I've put in here only some of them: mental health assessments, treatment, dealing with educational underachievement, reduced lifetime income, social services, juvenile crime, where a child who is so distressed by what's going on at home that he joins a gang and may get involved in drugs, and the girls may be involved in premature pregnancies and all that stuff. All this puts a tremendous burden on all the agencies of the state. And one of my colleagues here mentions that parents who are fighting at work, they're not going to be paying proper attention to what they're doing, and the employers are going to suffer as a result. There are huge financial costs. And investment in prevention, and that's one of the central themes here, will prevent those costs. And here's a plug. Together with a professor of economics and an epidemiologist, we're trying to put together research which will prove that every, what we say in English, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. A stitch in time saves 9. All these proverbs are true. Try to prove that every euro, dollar, cent, shekel, which is invested in prevention, will lead to savings of tens, maybe hundreds, or even thousands for the state exchequer, as well as helping the children who are involved not to suffer. So here it is, the interventions up to now, and we'll hear about some of them in this afternoon's session, they're after the fact, post hoc. We should be looking propter hoc. We should be looking at prevention. And here's the proposal. If you want more information, here's my email address. I can send you the entire proposal. We're looking for people who are prepared to partner us in this research, or at least help us with funding. It's not a huge amount of money, probably 100,000 euros or even less. But we are very interested in working with people in other countries because it's our belief that these issues are universal. And when the cases come to court, it's usually too late. I'm speaking now as a lawyer, as a judge. These cases, when they come to court, often the child hasn't seen one of the parents for months, or at least weeks. And the proceedings can be heavy. They can be, if they're not managed properly, they can go on for years. While that's going on, the child is getting more and more distanced from the parent who, in practically all cases, the child needs the parent, but the child may be convinced that he doesn't need the parent, and the damage arising from that is colossal. So we need to be working in these areas. Prevention, that is making sure that people don't get married to the wrong people and therefore break up and therefore get divorced. That's a very big ask. But there are programs which I'm hoping to advance in that direction. Early identification of problems so that the school teacher and the general practitioner in the medical field and the pediatrician and the social worker and the psychologist can see the early signs of distress in a child because the parents are breaking up in an improper fashion. Also, immediate intervention when that happens so that the situation will not deteriorate into a break-off of contact between the child and the parent, and swift and effective court action and enforcement of orders. I'll be dealing with that in the second part of my talk. Prevention, raising awareness of developmental needs of all children for family stability, both parents, grandparents. It's a short and incomplete list. And raising awareness of the effects of separation and divorce on children. As the organization here, Happy Parenting, has realized, the level of awareness of what happens to children when their parents separate and divorce is minuscule in practically all places. People think that divorce is something that happens and the children just happen to be there and they don't realize what happens to the children when that happens. So we have to raise awareness of that. Prevention of emotional and psychological harm, guidance in finding the right partner. If it was up to me, the relationship classes that school pupils do in the high school would learn about how to identify a relationship that may be doomed. I reckon on the third or the fourth date, an intelligent child will be able to see the signs of coercive control, of improper influence, and not get married to that person. Because if they get married to that person, or if they have children with that person, then the children are likely to be exposed to all kinds of problems. That's a huge issue for educators, and I'm hoping to meet with educators about this. And then parents, how to separate and divorce without harming the children. The organization I'm working with in Israel, In Between, we're producing a document which will give guidance to parents before they start to the actual separation, as soon as one of them decides how to go about talking to the children about it, getting help in order to do the thing without court. Unfortunately, we are stuck in the Western world and in many other places in a mindset of Kramer against Kramer. I don't know how many of you remember that movie about a couple who get divorced and about the catastrophic effects for them and for the children. And unfortunately, people wake up in the morning and say, right, I want to get divorced, and they run to a lawyer who will encourage them to tell all the evil things about the other parent, and it starts to deteriorate there. So parents who are considering separating and divorcing need help, and we're trying to produce a document which will give that guidance. And for professional people, training in guidance for youngsters and parents, early identification. We've spoken about this, and of course it's not enough just to identify. You've got to know who to refer the parents to and the child to, and there's a shortage of therapists in the field who know how to handle these cases. That needs to be improved, and specific training for those who provide interventions. A psychologist or a social worker who believes in listening to the client and empathizing and saying, oh yes, this must be very terrible for you, needs to be taught that in some cases that's the last thing that should be done. A parent who is influencing the child not to have contact with the other parent needs to be disciplined and needs to be told you are doing something bad, and you need to refuse to take on a case where it's clear that that's happening. And lawyers, when they're presented with a client who is clearly engaging in improper behavior, should refuse to take the case and should report, if necessary, under the law to the child protection authorities. Disciplinary actions against social workers and lawyers and judges and police who act improperly, but that means that there need to be multidisciplinary actions by all those involved. That requires training and lectures for students and, of course, in-service training for professionals. So we're going to continue to talk about how to go about this in the next section, but here is the contact information if you want articles and information as what's going on, and there will be time for questions at some during the breaks and at various sessions. Thank you for your attention so far.
Many thanks, Your Honourable. You have really set the tone for today's seminar. It's time now to have a view on our first video. In fact, we are honored to have the president of the International Council of Shared Parenting from the United States of America on video, Dr. Jennifer Harman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Jennifer Harman, and I'm an associate professor of psychology at Colorado State University. If you're not familiar with my work, I've been publishing research on parental alienation for close to 10 years now. I publish scientific research, and I publish and try to bring awareness into the scientific community about what parental alienation is. And really get a better understanding of it and grounding this problem within the larger scientific field. And fortunately, by doing that, it's also then brought awareness, I think, out into the general public. The more we learn about in science, the more we can inform practice. And I'm happy to say that in about the 10 years I've been doing this, that's what's been happening. There's been a lot of changes. It used to be, not too long ago that nobody even knew what parental alienation was. There's still a lot of people who don't, but there's more of an understanding when you describe what it is and how it's accomplished, that people know exactly what you're talking about. And that's different than I think it was a few years ago. I'm also happy to say that we had a paper, my colleagues and I had a paper accepted for publication last week. It's in a very good journal. I can't share it with you yet until it's published. But in that paper, we demonstrate that about 40% of what we know today about parental alienation, the scientific evidence for it, has been published since 2016. And what that means is that if you thought you understood parental alienation, and you haven't really read like the dozens of studies, in fact, more than that, probably almost over 100 studies have been published since 2016, or getting close to that, then you really don't understand parental alienation. And it's up to the professionals who are working with families to really get up to date. And so today, to recognize Parental Alienation Day, Awareness Day, I think, really finding better ways to communicate what we know to the stakeholders, to legislators, to help advocates get the ammunition in their backpack so that they can be most effective with the decision makers and leadership in our countries and in our states to try to change policies and help address the needs of families that are dealing with this problem. We've all, I'm sure, been encountering lots of critics of parental alienation, and they seem to be getting more and more resistant the more progress we are making in our awareness campaigns and interventions that we're doing. This is actually to be expected. Any social change is often met with resistance because we're changing the status quo. But I think the important thing is just to keep relaying the science, keep communicating the evidence that we have, and really try to work and chip in when other people need help and assistance to spread the word. We need to carry the torches for each other because this is exhausting work. And I'll continue to do my best to publish research and other things to help all of you and to increase our scientific knowledge of this problem. And I do hope that the rest of you continue fighting for children and families and doing all the work that we do to do what's in the best interests of our children who really need the love of as many adults in their life as they can. These times in the world are not easy, and kids need all the support and security and love that they can get. And so I commend you all for being active in this area, and I'll continue to do what I can to support you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jennifer Harman, especially for eliciting the stakeholders approach. It's imperative in such a scenario here. We're going to remain in the United States. This time we are honored to have a video link with Professor William Bernett, who is the president of the Parental Alienation Study Group. Professor William Bernett.
Good morning, and welcome to this important conference organized by Happy Parenting Malta. I'm Bill Bernett. I'm a child psychiatrist in Nashville, Tennessee, in the United States. This morning, I want to make sure that you know about a topic that is important. That is the diagnosis of parental alienation. My colleagues and I have introduced a systematic method for the task of diagnosis, which we call the 5-factor model for the diagnosis of parental alienation. This information was recently published in an important journal that is read by child and adolescent psychiatrists all over the world. This is what the article looks like. It has the 5 factors for the diagnosis. So let's walk through the 5 factors. And these are easy to understand. First, the child avoids or refuses a relationship with a parent. So that's basic. That's a very fundamental thing that occurs when parental alienation occurs. Secondly, almost always it's possible to show that there is a prior positive relationship between the child and the parent who is now rejected. Third, it is almost always possible to show an absence of abuse, neglect, or seriously deficient parenting on the part of the rejected parent. And most people understand that parental alienation means that the child rejects a parent without a good reason. And most people use the word estrangement to mean that the child rejects a parent because of a good reason. The fourth factor is very important, and that's that we can show the use of multiple alienating behaviors by the favored parent. And the fifth factor is that we can see the behavioral signs of alienation in the child. So we try to keep those two things separate. That is, alienating behaviors are what are done by the parent who's causing the alienation, who's causing the indoctrination. Those are alienating behaviors, and then we call parental alienation the condition of the child himself. Let me stop here for just a moment and say that I want to emphasize that my colleague, Dr. Amy Baker, and I did not invent anything new when we introduced the 5-factor model for the diagnosis of parental alienation. Dr. Baker and I simply took material that had been published and discussed separately over many years. Then we combined this previously published information into one list. That was important because it made the diagnosis of parental alienation easy for practitioners and courts to understand. This model has already been used in legal proceedings in several times. I want to comment on one more thing and point out that this type of publication, like for the 5-factor model, is only one piece of a large amount of qualitative and quantitative research that has been published regarding parental alienation. I want to give you a sense of how extensive that research has become. My colleagues and I have collected an extensive bibliography regarding parental alienation, and we found publications from all of these countries. I think there are almost 50 countries here. This conveys, of course, the worldwide scope of this problem. If you want a copy of the journal article that I mentioned a few minutes ago, the article regarding the 5-factor model for the diagnosis of parental alienation, and like I said, it was only published a couple of weeks ago, please contact me through the website for the Parental Alienation Study. All you have to do is go to the website, www.pasg.info, and use the Contact Us button and explain what you're asking for, and I will get that message, and I will send you that article. So thank you for hearing about this new information, and I hope that you have a great day at your conference today in Malta.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Bill Bernett from the United States. And now it's time to join with one of our local Maltese professionals. It's a pleasure to have online with us Dr. Vincent Marmara, who will continue on parental alienation, but from his professional background regarding research, statistics, and prevention aspects when it comes to parental alienation. Dr. Vincent Marmara.
First of all, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to deliver this message about this important topic. There is limited research in Malta about this particular topic. And in fact, recently I carried out a research survey where the data collection was collected during September, October of last year. I selected a sample size of 600 representative of the Maltese demographics, amongst those 16 age and above. The sample carried out a confidence level of 95% with the maximum margin of error of plus or minus 4%. Throughout this survey, we asked a number of questions, and in fact, the first question was, what do you understand with the phrase parental alienation? 80.3% of the individuals, they said that they don't know about the definition of parental alienation. So it's very clear that there is limited knowledge about the term parental alienation. It doesn't mean that they never experienced, it doesn't mean that they never encountered any cases of parental alienation. It means that they are not familiar with the term parental alienation. 12% they said those parents who do not take care, they do not take good care of their children. 0.4% they said one parent undermines the child's relationship with the other parent. But then we asked them more direct questions, and in fact we told them the actual definition of parental alienation. We told them parental alienation is when one parent engages in a deceptive campaign to keep their children away from the other parent. Have you heard of similar cases? In this case, 57.8% they said yes, we heard of similar cases. 40.9% they said no, and 1.3% they said don't know. So here now it's very different when compared to the previous result. In the previous result, they don't know actually the absolute majority about the term parental alienation. But when we gave them the definition, it's very clear that they are actually aware about this problem, and in fact the absolute majority actually they said that they actually heard about similar cases of parental alienation. Then we asked them, have you ever met people who are going through similar cases? And here we can see that 1 in every 4 they said yes, we met people which are actually experienced similar cases of parental alienation. 25.2% in fact they said yes, and 74.8% they said no. Then we asked them, do you have any members of your family who are going through similar cases? And 7.7% they said yes, and 92.3% they said no. 7.7%, it means when this is taken in the context of the Maltese population, this means that it will be a number of thousands of cases. Then we asked them questions about if you have children. Have you ever been denied seeing your children? Okay, so this is more now direct question to the respondent about their personal experience. And 2.9% they said yes, we have been denied from seeing our children, while 97.1% they said no. Then we asked them whether they are at risk of being denied from seeing their children, where 98.2% they said no, and then we have the remaining 1.8% for those who said yes or don't know, or this is something which is personal. Amongst those who said that they are at risk, mostly they said this is due to the fact that they have problems in their relationship. Whilst it's important to understand as well those who are not at risk of being denied from seeing their children. And amongst this particular group of people, actually the absolute and vast majority of people, they said because they are in good relationship with the other partner, with their children, they have a bonded family. The children are now grown up and independent. There is love and respect in their family as well. So those were the reasons for those who are not at risk of being denied from seeing their children. So as you can see, I mean, the results are quite interesting. There are some noticeable percentages about this particular topic and about those parents who are at risk or they are actually being denied from seeing their children. So that is the main reason why it makes this topic of national importance, and hence that's why there is the need of more discussions like this. I wish you the best of luck and best of success in your discussion and in your research about this important national topic. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vincent Marmara. And now it's time to invite here on this podium Gail Debono to give us a presentation on personality disorders and parental alienation. Gail is a forensic psychologist working in our correctional services and even in private practice. She is the president of the Malta Chamber of Psychologists, and she is also a senior humanist celebrant. Gail Debono.
So thank you very much and good morning. This particular presentation is going to be slightly technical. I'm standing here as a psychologist, okay? What I'm going to aim to do is to help you understand the link between different personality disorders and the exercising of those symptoms that we see in parental alienation, okay? The first thing I want to start by pointing out is that nobody in a healthy mental state would feel the need to exercise any of those symptoms that we recognize in parental alienation, okay? It is not normal to want to do that to your child. Now, when we say normal, I mean it is not normal in the sense of it's not healthy, okay? There's something wrong for you to actually feel that it is okay for you to say certain things and do certain things to your children. I'm not going to go into, in this talk, I'm not going to go into the remit of what the symptoms are of parental alienation. I believe that there are many people here who are already familiar with that, and it's not the remit of this talk anyway. But what I'm going to do, like I said, is to try and show you the link between different personality disorders and that you can find in alienating parents. It doesn't mean that every parent exercising parental alienation has a personality disorder, okay? Let's not generalize. Now, before we start, I want you to bear in mind also, because it has not been said yet, this was not part of the presentation, but I feel it's important to say it, that there are instances in which it is not just one of the parents who is a parental alienator. There are different ways in which you can alienate a child from their other parent or attempt to, and both parents could be doing it at the same time, okay? It is mostly dependent on the mind being unhealthy, not being in the right frame of mind, let's say. It is impossible, therefore, to determine which gender is more likely to exercise parental alienation, okay? Each of the parents, regardless of their gender, can have unhealthy states of mind, and therefore they are just as likely as one another to exercise parental alienation. Now, there is a gender bias in parental alienation towards the mother, because it is exercised, in fact, more by mothers. But we also know that the Maltese courts award children more to the mother's custody than they do to the fathers, and therefore they just give more opportunity for parental alienation to be exercised by mothers. Doesn't mean a female is more likely to be an alienator. Just means a female is more likely to have custody of the children and therefore be in a position to alienate, okay? Now, the non-custodial parent, before I go into the gist of the presentation, is also able to alienate if the non-custodial parent is the one with the financial prowess. Okay? So, for example, if the non-custodial parent does not pay child maintenance to the custodial parent, and the custodial parent is not it's not financially affluent, but when the children are with the non-custodial parent, they are spoiled rotten, that is enough. That is also a start. Okay? It is also parental alienation. It is presenting an unrealistic reality of one parent versus another. Okay. Now, I'd like to start by going into what a personality disorder is. It is an enduring pattern, okay, of inner experience and behavior that deviates markedly from the expectations of the individual's culture. And this is very important because they are culture-specific, okay? The pattern is manifested in two or more of the following areas. Now, before I go into the areas, I'm not trying to teach you how to diagnose mental disorders here or personality disorders, okay? There are many other factors, but it is important for us to link the different diagnostic criteria with how they manifest in parental alienation. That's all we are doing, okay? So the first one is, in a personality disorder, there is a problem with cognition. So with the way the person perceives either themselves, normally negatively, by the way, or the world around them, okay, and people around them, definitely. The second one is with affection. So the range, the intensity, the ability, and the appropriateness of their emotional responses are affected. With interpersonal function, the way they relate to others. With impulse control. Now, this particular enduring pattern can't be the result of some stress we are going through at the time, okay? That does not make a personality disorder. It is inflexible and it is pervasive, across a broad range of personal and social situations. So you're not going to see somebody who acts like they have a personality disorder when they are at work and it doesn't reflect anywhere else in their life. That is not a personality disorder, okay? The enduring pattern will lead to clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, and other important areas of functioning in the person's life. So the person, if true to themselves, will tell you that they are under distress. And in fact, most people do. Most people seek help. Okay? The pattern will be stable and will last for a long duration until, in fact, most of it is lifelong, but the symptoms of them can be managed, okay? So it's not all doom and gloom. The onset is normally, of a personality disorder in general, is normally traced back to at least adolescence or early adulthood. You don't suddenly develop a personality disorder age 50 or 60, okay? The enduring pattern can't be explained as a manifestation or consequence of another mental disorder, okay? And the last factor is that the enduring pattern is not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance or use disorder or any other medical condition, such as, for example, trauma to the head. Okay? Now, the most pervasive personality disorders in parental alienation are antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and comorbidity. Why am I mentioning comorbidity here? It's never that clean-cut, okay? Sometimes you are going to find clients with narcissistic personality disorder, for example, with histrionic traits, okay, which is quite common. It's actually very common at the moment because you're hearing all about it in the media with this very famous Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp case, where there seems to be pervasive personality disorders on both sides. However, Amber's diagnosis is, in fact, narcissistic personality disorder with histrionic traits, which they are referring to as histrionic personality disorder. Okay, the first one is antisocial personality disorder. Now, how does somebody with antisocial personality disorder transfer their actions onto their children? Okay? Now, with antisocial personality disorder, there is a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others, okay? And again, occurring since approximately age 15, as indicated by 3 or more of the following. The first, is a failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest. Okay, somebody who is antisocial normally comes in contact with the law. Women, less so. Okay, they get away with a bit more. Deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. Irritability and aggressiveness as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. Reckless disregard for the safety of oneself or others. Consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. The individual must be at least 18 years of age. There is evidence of a conduct disorder with onset before the age of 15, and the occurrence of antisocial behavior will not be exclusively during the course of, it won't be due to schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, in which case both could manifest and look like the antisocial personality disorder. So, there are impairments in personality function, okay? They are identified by several factors. The first one is identity, okay? So there's egocentrism, self-esteem derived from personal gain, power or pleasure, a lack of self-direction, so goal setting based on personal gratification, in other words, having little to no regard for social standards, such as obeying the law or reasonable ethical behavior. And impairments in interpersonal function, which can include empathy, a lack of concern for feelings, needs, or suffering of others, a lack of remorse, therefore, after hurting or mistreating another, intimacy problems, being incapable of mutually intimate relationships, so as exploitation is a primary means of relating to others, and this is normally recognized by deceitful behavior or intimidation to control others. There's also pathological personality traits in the following domains. The first being antagonism, which can be characterized by manipulation, deceitfulness, callousness, and hostility, and a lack of inhibition, which can be characterized by irresponsibility, impulsivity, risk-taking. Now, the impairments in personality function and in the individual's personality trait expression are relatively stable across time. Again, they don't change. And across situations. They don't change depending what situation the person is in. The impairments in personality function and in the individual's personality trait expressions are not better understood as a result of any other disorder. The second one is borderline personality disorder. So, just bear with me, please. Okay. So again, this is instability in interpersonal relationships, self-image and affects, and marked impulsivity, beginning again by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts. Now, this can be indicated by 5 or more of either frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. Now, this comes to play in parental alienation when there is the breakup of the relationship. A person, even if they were the person who broke up the relationship, would feel that the other person moving on is abandonment. Okay, I broke up with you, I did not want to be with you, but you did not insist. You are not still here. You are not chasing. You are not doing my bidding. How dare you? I have your child. Okay? So that is the first one. The second one is a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idealization and devaluation. So somebody suffering from borderline personality disorder, when they are in a relationship, and we were talking earlier about recognizing the signs from before you have children, will blow very hot and very cold in the relationship, going from idolizing, as in very hot and very cold, both at extremes, idolizing your partner at a huge extreme, and also mocking your partner or putting your partner down at an extreme as well, okay? Identity disturbance, markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. This can be both negative and positive self-image. So somebody suffering from borderline personality disorder could either look at themselves in the mirror and think they are the best thing that's ever come out of a womb, or look at themselves in the mirror and no matter how much evidence contrary to it, they think that there is nothing, absolutely nothing worth looking at in themselves, okay? Again, the extremes are the key here. Impulsivity in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging, such as spending, sex, substance abuse, reckless driving, binge eating. Recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures or threats, or self-mutilating behavior. Instability, affective instability, instability in the way that their emotions play, okay? So they have very intense episodes of rage, for example, intense episodes of happiness, irritability out of the blue, anxiety lasting a few hours and then moving on as if nothing ever happened, and sometimes in extreme cases lasting for a few days, but then coming to as if nothing ever happened, okay? And bear in mind that people who suffer from anxiety suffer of anxiety at different degrees, okay? But not as anxiety and non-anxiety, okay? It is extremely rare. Chronic feelings of emptiness, inappropriate, intense anger, difficulty controlling anger. So, for example, explosive anger, we call it, frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. You would hear them unable to control their reaction, for example, with their children. Say they come to a clinic, for example, you're with them, and the child, as children do, will be going, can I talk, can I talk, can I talk, can I talk, can I talk? And this person, rather than turning to their child and say, please wait for me, they won't say anything, and then they'll say, shut up, you know, so there's an explosion, which they can't control, because then they're embarrassed. So you know that they would have loved to have controlled it, but they can't, okay? And there's a transient and stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. When we talk of dissociative symptoms, we mean that when a person is under great duress, under a lot of stress, they tend to zone out, we call it. So sometimes you'd be talking to somebody. Actually, we all dissociate at some point, okay? We all reach that level of stress where we dissociate, but these people do it more often and to a greater degree. So, for example, you'd be talking to somebody and they'd say 3, 4, 5 seconds later, they'd say, yes, sorry, I was a million. They would have registered what you said, but they wouldn't have registered what you said. They register it later. Or you would be talking to a client, for example, and the client says, what? Sorry, what were you saying? You know, they look like they're in the clouds. They look like they're a million miles away. That is dissociation. And the way you treat somebody with dissociation is very different to the way you treat somebody who does not dissociate. Okay? Next is probably the most famous and the one you've probably heard most about is narcissistic personality disorder. It is, unfortunately, the most common disorder present in alienating parents, and you are going to figure out why in a minute, what the symptoms of narcissistic personality are. So there's grandiosity, okay? Now, the grandiosity when it comes to parental alienation is normally part of the instigator of parental alienation. The grandiosity you normally hear in, how dare you leave me? How dare you get into another relationship? Do you not know who I am? Do you not know who you left? Okay? Naturally, this is fantasy, okay? There is a need of admiration, and therefore, regardless of whether or not the narcissistic person is the person to end the relationship, they expect the admiration to remain. Okay, so this is why people suffering from narcissistic personality disorder who are also parental alienators up their game when the partner finds somebody else or gets married, for example. That's even worse. The alienation doubles or trebles normally in that case. Okay? So, like we said, there's a grandiose sense of self-importance. Now, in extreme cases, people with narcissistic personality disorder will have 7 or 8 of these, okay? 5 is enough for diagnosis. Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, which means that when they present to you, they are chronically depressed because none of this is attainable in reality. So they are chronically unhappy with their status in life. But of course, they're not going to admit this because it's the hardest thing for somebody suffering narcissistic personality disorder to admit. They believe that they are special and unique and can only be understood or should associate with other special or high-status people or institutions. You will hear clients say, I don't do Malta. They're Maltese, okay? I don't do Malta. This place is not for me. I've done too much work. I've done too much good. I've done too much research. I know more than everyone. Everyone's stupid. Everyone's dumb. I need to move abroad. And of course, once they move, especially if therapy continues online after that, you realize that they're even worse off because their expectations were not met. Requires excessive admiration. Okay, so they will not necessarily ask for it directly, but they will talk about themselves in ways of, look at what I would have done. Okay, you see this online a bit. When somebody presents a problem, what I would do is this, and what I would do is that, and this is what I do in my personal life. Whereas the person would have been asking about themselves and asking for an opinion about themselves. They have a sense of entitlement. Okay, I have your child. You must do as I say, not in a form of a threat now, okay? In a form of, how dare you not be there at my beck and call? How dare you not give me what I want? How dare you not, whatever the request is? How dare you not treat me like special or like royalty when I have your child, okay? Regardless of whether they're alienating the child from the parent. That's the irony. Interpersonally exploitative, yes. So it is not beyond them to exploit people around them, most especially their children, because normally the only people around them all the time are the children, okay? So when we're talking about exploiting, we are talking about what give the children away, and the child and the maintenance, and the government grants for having children. What am I going to do about those? Okay, the children are not for sale. They are not a way to get money. And they are, in fact, any money you get in terms of your children is, in fact, supposed to be used to raise those children. So you shouldn't have any problems financially by giving them up. Okay? They lack empathy. So when somebody without a personality disorder sees a child, I don't know, crying to see the other parent, or wanting to keep a toy the other parent bought, and the alienating parent literally tearing it away from their hands. And you'd think, in Maltese we have an expression, say, kif għandhom qalb? How can they do this to their children? They don't have the empathy required to understand something that they are doing to somebody else from that other person's point of view. Okay? It's not that they don't care. They cannot see it. They cannot understand it. Okay? They are envious of others, and they believe that others are envious of them. Okay? So you'll hear this in court all the time. She did this or she did that because she's jealous of me. Okay? Whereas there would be no indication. In fact, it's very rare that somebody does something so direct out of jealousy, especially if there's a court case going on, because people are careful, unless they can't help it. Okay? And they show arrogant, haughty behaviors or attitudes. Okay? Somebody with a narcissistic personality disorder would come across as arrogant, haughty. Sometimes they will even say, like, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? But that is very extreme. Okay? Histrionic personality disorder. Now, I've put this here because of, in fact, the current case. It wasn't on here in the beginning. Normally, what we normally see with parental alienation is narcissistic personality disorder with some histrionic traits, yes. But I'm going to describe the symptoms of histrionic personality disorder so that you can get a better understanding of what it is and why we see histrionic traits with narcissistic personality disorder in parental alienation. So, again, like narcissistic personality disorder, it is about emotionality and seeking attention, okay? It begins in early adulthood. Again, it is present in a variety of contexts and indicated by 5 or more of the following. So the first is being uncomfortable in situations in which they are not the center of attention. So somebody who was in a relationship, that relationship ended, and they are no longer the apple of the eye of the person who they broke up with or who broke up with them, and they suffer histrionic personality disorder, will step up the game. Okay? This will upset them and cause them to do something, not necessarily parental alienation at this point, but it will up their game. Interaction with others is often characterized by inappropriate, sexually seductive, or provocative behavior. They normally use their body to get a message across. And this is very often seen in courtrooms where there's a certain level of decor required in how you dress, and they would come with very low cut tops if they are a woman, or if he's a man, very, very tight shirts and everything bulging. And so men can be histrionic too. It's naturally more common in women, but men can be histrionic too. The interaction displays rapidly shifting and shallow expressions of emotions. They are unable to be deep. Okay? They are very uncomfortable with a deep exploration of emotion. Consistently use physical appearance to draw attention to themselves. Okay? They have a style of speech that is very impressionistic and lacking in detail. So while they use very big words and try to impress, or maybe sometimes succeed in impressing, when you digest the words that have been used, they've not said much. Okay? So they don't go into depth in what they are talking about. They show self-dramatization, theatricality, and exaggerated expression of emotion. They are very, very animated. Okay? They want people to look, so they are very animated when they are speaking. I believe it was yesterday's hearing in Amber Heard's case where she deliberately answered the questions using lines from movies, something which, as an actress, she knew people would realize was happening. But it's a way to draw attention. Okay? They are very easily suggestible, so they are influenced by others, and they consider relationships to be more intimate than they usually are. So these people with a histrionic personality disorder, even away from romantic relationships, will meet somebody once or twice for a coffee and say, this is my best friend. Okay? So what does all this mean? One, having a personality disorder, we're not saying this is an excuse to abuse of others. Okay? Most people with a personality disorder feel the dissonance and do something about it. Okay? They feel cognitive dissonance and do something about it. They cannot be cured, personality disorders, however, they can be managed very well. The symptoms of them can be managed very well. And like I said in the beginning, and I feel it's important to repeat it again, not everybody with a personality disorder is going to exercise parental alienation. Mostly, when you are interacting with your child as a parent, you normally feel whether your interaction is ethical or sound. Let's say sound, okay? Now, it's what you do with that that's going to make a difference. We're all learning. There's no manual for being a parent, okay? So it's what you do with that feeling, with how you act around your child, that determines whether or not you are going to continue to do it. So if you feel that I'm exploding around my child very often, I should go and check whether there's something going on with me. This is not normal. I was not like this before I had a child, for example. Okay? So having a personality disorder does not make someone criminal, okay? But putting one's emotional, psychological, and physical needs before those of one's children is abusive towards a child, okay? So using children to get back at their other parent is vicarious abuse, and it should be taken very, very seriously. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gail Debono. I would like now to invite you here again, Gail, together with our German digital nomad, Andreas Gerdes. Excuse my German, Andreas. So, I'm going to give you the mic, and both of you, Gail will pose questions to Andreas regarding healthcare and educational systems and updating code of practice. Andreas, apart from being a digital nomad based in Malta, he consults, amongst other things, on parental custody and child rearing.
Andreas, you were one of the founders of Happy Parenting Malta, I hear. You even came up with adding for happier children, I believe. How would you feel that the NGO is doing?
Successful in the Malta context, reaching other places around the world, bringing that know-how and do-how to Malta. So that is probably 10 out of 10. When I look at the audience here, I have some hope, because it's, 80% women, and we don't need a gender quota for that. So you all show up, and you're really interested in doing something about it. I'm personally depressed when I look at the fact that some core authorities are not present. So as an example, the knowledge which you shared up there should be mandatory for anybody who is in domestic violence units. Yeah, so anybody who is dealing with false allegations or right allegations, so this kind of know-how should be widely available. Yeah, and so probably a reason why I found it's a calling to support this organization in Malta. I did something similar in another country because it's an international issue, is that this is on a global level or on a Maltese level. We are right now concerned about nuclear reactions from Putin, right? We are concerned about chemical warfare about Putin. What we have today with the subject the NGO is doing, we are already on chemical warfare. We're not nuclear yet, but if you look at today's status, you have toxicity within childhoods, which, as an example in Malta, is probably 9 out of 10. So you have obese children, mental health issues, suicides, nobody wants to talk about, and everybody seems to be calm about it. Why isn't there nobody here from the core of the government, where we believe we have to force women into government, and here they're all around, they care. So there's something missing. As I said before, your know-how, which you presented, would be highly relevant for anybody taking up a claim of domestic violence. Yeah? I have not seen that know-how available. I know too much about too many cases in this country. It's sad. And so that is where we are probably on a 10 or out of 2 out of 10 when it becomes to understanding the urgency of the subject. Today we are living a chemical warfare situation, which I call civil war of childhoods. Mm-hmm. We are destroying an entire generation case by case.
This is related. You've often been heard to say Malta could be the safest place for children, one of the safest countries for children, if only due to its size, it's easier to manage. Apart from at governmental level, what do you think is the most urgent need to make Malta safer for children?
A prioritization outside is a beautiful sign, happy parenting, and this is, I just took a photo of it, and you know what? We don't have a waiting list outside. If we would have said how to make €1 million, we would have had queues outside kind of invading the place. So the priority to understand what we are currently doing is accepting civil wars in childhood, which is literally destroying the future. If you have a generation which is obese, which has mental health issues, who is going to pay the pensions for anybody else? Yeah, so, personally, I don't agree that Malta is the safest place for children.
Well, it could be.
It could be. That is correct. Saying. Malta has all the potential. I have seen change in Malta. My relationship with Malta is 27 years old. So I was in Malta, arriving here when we could barely make phone calls. Yeah, 27 years ago, if you make an international phone call, you have an echo, a free echo. So phone costs were ridiculous. And if you call somebody, you do not want to use a Maltese phone line. So I figured that out pretty early. We became now a world leader in remote working. Remote working is a wake-up which is global. You saw maybe Airbnb announcing last week that people can now work remotely. They never had so many applications. I think 400,000, 800,000, so huge. So Malta is a leader in remote working, from phone lines with an echo to actually remote industries, which is top-notch on a global level. So we could do the same when it comes to children, because ultimately deep inside, I know there's still a generation of nanas around, so in this country, grandmothers who really, really care about their children and who remember the days when they were playing on the street. Yeah, and one of the things we discussed in the NGO is to have 1 weekend per month, no cars on the road. Yeah, so like in the old days, you can play outside and you can have a physical exercise. You can get some sunshine. So those things have been discussed. Malta could implement, or let me summarize this. In my vision, Malta could be, yes, the safest place for children, have glowing and growing children who are not obese, who celebrate the climate, who celebrate the nature, which is still there in certain parts, but to focus that. This could be a strategic shift. After having become a global leader in remote businesses, it could become a global leader in healthy childhoods.
And what about at court level? What can be done there, in your opinion?
Courts are the wrong places to address childhood matters, full stop. Okay. Courts suck. Okay? Whoever, yeah? Whoever brings anything to the court and gets lawyers involved, put it this way, if the police would start dealing with perjury and with false accusations, that would end as well. So if the police would take that seriously, Anthony mentioned 80% of the accusations are false. Do we prosecute people for having filed false accusations, having destroyed families, having destroyed parents? No, zero. But the same police is saying there is no human trafficking in this country. And I know enough human trafficking cases myself in this country, but they make it so complicated to prosecute them. Yeah, so they expect the person who has been trafficked to Malta and who then finally found a way out of it, who is now back in the country where they came from, to buy a ticket to come here to file a report and then to show up for all the testimonies in the court hearings, which are cancelled on a regular basis or postponed to another 6 months, another 12 months. So this is something where we are living right now, where a theater set, a movie set, by claiming there is no human trafficking, by claiming everything is fine, and which is bullshit. Yeah, this is the same thing like phone calls in 1997.
Where do you suggest litigation procedure, or rather enough with litigation, where do you suggest that separation procedures can be settled if out of court?
If it becomes socially not acceptable, if families, and Malta has strong family models, if you cannot show up for your grandmother's lunch, if your children do not see the other side of the family, that problem solves itself very quickly. So if we make it socially understood, yeah, so if we make it socially understood that your children will have a mental and health issue if they are not connected to all family, then that will stop. The courts can never enforce this as fast as families can in themselves or society can.
So you're talking about education, personal education.
Yeah, you know what, you have to make it popular. The media covers it, so you have to have some TV celebrities. So as an example, there was an American actor 2 weeks ago who went out and said, wow, shared parenting is beautiful. She's in her early 30s. She says, you know what, I can still pursue my career because the kids are 1 week with a father, and then the other week I'm really there for them. This is, if we find the first Maltese actress who lives that, then you win. because everybody wants to be like them a little bit. Yeah, so this is so much faster than hoping that anything changes in the court system or trying to change the law. We already have laws. I was told we have sufficient laws in Malta today to actually go after emotional child abuse. We do not have to change the law. That's what I was told. And I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert, I'm just experienced on the subject. So, as of today, if somebody at the police, in the violence units and wherever the false accusations show up, takes those things seriously, they could act upon it. If they would realize emotional child abuse is, by the way, a much better word than parental alienation. I think the word sucks. Yeah, it's too complicated, it doesn't flow, it doesn't come. But child abuse, emotional child abuse is easy to understand. So, and this is something which we can stop as of today. If the police starts enforcing it, you win.
Right. I'm going to ask a different question now. Do you think that... Okay, not final question. Do you think that there's a difference in the experience of parental alienation by foreigners versus Maltese in a Maltese court of law?
Yes.
I'm asking you as a foreigner.
I know enough cases where a Maltese mother disappeared with a child with a new boyfriend, and then the English guy got stuck in Malta and the police didn't want to do anything about it. I know other cases where it was a different, an international person who took the child away and these things. And so normally if you come from a different culture, which is one of the powerful things about Malta, if you come from Sweden, where they put the kids, as an example, sleeping with an open window, even in winter, it's good for the immune system. Those discussions are not easily done in Malta, but it's a beautiful thing. Malta, don't forget, Malta has a history of, 12,000 before Christ, since we brought international people to Malta. And this is one of the reasons why it has this unique, powerful charm. Yeah, so if we use that in a positive sense, yeah, Malta will be the showcase for healthy and happy childhoods.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gail. Thank you very much, Andreas. And now it's time, we are honored actually to have online, live with us, Her Excellency President Emeritus Mother Louise Coleiro Precca, which is well known here in Malta for her commitment both in her long political career and especially during her presidency for her social commitment. She is the president of the Eurochild Management Board. The aim of this board is to ensure that children will effectively be at the heart of European policies. Her Excellency, President Emeritus Mother Louise Coleiro Precca.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, those present in the hall and also who have joined online like myself. Well, I would like to, first of all, to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Mary Gauci for inviting me to address this international expert seminar on parental alienation. It is a known fact that parental alienation is another form of abuse on children, which damages them and violates their human rights. I'm a child's rights defender who concentrate most of my work, both locally and internationally, on advocating for children's human rights and child participation. I will therefore take this opportunity to address this expert seminar from a child's rights perspective. It is sad and concerning that after 32 years from the most widely ratified United Nations Convention to date on the rights of the child, we are still struggling to convince governments, authorities, and other stakeholders that it is everyone's responsibility and duty to ensure the effective implementation of all children's rights. After all these years, we are still speaking about issues that go diametrically opposed to the rights of children. The subject matter of this seminar on parental alienation is clear evidence that both on a local and international level, we are not upholding and safeguarding children's human rights as established by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Article 18 specifically of this convention clearly states that, and I quote, parties shall use their best efforts to ensure recognition of the principle that both parents have common responsibilities for the upbringing and development of the child, Parents, or as the case may be, legal guardians, have the primary responsibility for the upbringing and development of the child. The best interest of the child will be their basic concern. In fact, the best interest of the child is an overarching principle of the UNCRC, and therefore should be the basis of anything related to children. We all know that when relationships fall apart, children are the most affected, and the impact is long-lasting on the children involved. It is therefore imperative that the investigative and judicial processes, together with the care services provided, must be tied to a child-friendly approach, whereby the best interest of the child is of paramount importance, to ensure that the rights of the children concerned are effectively safeguarded. To ensure that the child's best interests are taken into account, children should be given the space to voice their opinions, aspirations, and to speak for themselves. Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child is another fundamental upon which children's rights must rest. Article 12 emphasizes the importance that children must have their own rightful space to voice their views and are listened to, especially when the decisions that are to be taken will affect their very lives. In this context, and from my experience on the ground with children, some questions immediately come to mind. Questions which are important during any discussion that concerns them. I therefore ask, how many times have we ignored children's voices in decisions affecting their lives? How can we take important decisions that affect children's lives without consulting and involving them, when we know that it is their human right to participate in decisions that affect them? Why have governments ratified the UNCRC, and after 32 years, many still ignore the effective implementation of all rights emanating from it? One of the main obstacles faced by parents going through cases of judicial separation is the justice system itself. This statement is not a simple opinion. It is one of the findings emanating from the various processes and initiatives led by the Malta Foundation for the Wellbeing of Society, with children and other stakeholders, including the Council of Europe, including DG Just of the Commission, of the European Commission. These processes and initiatives clearly identify various lacunae when it comes to the justice system vis-à-vis children's rights in Malta. It is evidently established that the current justice system is not equipped to work with and for children, which results in decisions being taken for children without consulting them. The justice system as it is in Malta lacks to offer a safe space led by trained professionals in the field where children can speak about their experiences to ensure that the children themselves are at the forefront of lifelong decisions that affect them directly. Giving children a voice is their basic human right. Children participation enhances children's self-esteem and self-worth. It empowers them with the personal skills that are so needed in today's world. Lacking such rightful space for child participation in the justice system endangers the fundamental principle of the best interest of the child. An effective justice system must recognize and acknowledge that children are rights holders too, and that their contribution is essential for a fair and equitable outcome for justice to be duly served, in particular where their very lives are concerned. A child-friendly justice system is a must in a democratic society. Child participation is fundamental for an effective, democratic, and equitable society. It is crucial to create this right, safe space for children to participate. Child participate help in the development of critical thinking, which is so important for children in their pursuit for well-being and a good future for themselves. By creating safe spaces for child participation, children will be able to present their opinions, feelings, likes and dislikes, emotions and aspirations. Child participation affects the development and growth of a child learning. It helps children to become critical thinkers with an analytical mind ready to face future challenges. When a child experiences parental separation, children experience a fearful journey into the unknown. This experience is made even worse when decisions are taken about the child's future without any consideration for their wishes, aspirations, and needs. Let us not allow any child to live in fear. We have a responsibility and the duty not to allow a child to experience a fearful and anxious future. Children should be left out of views of adults. Children should be safeguarded. Children should not be made to feel that they are to blame. Children should not be made to choose between their parents. Children have a right to stability and access to both parents. Parents have a huge responsibility and are duty-bound to ensure that the best interest of their child is effectively safeguarded at all times. As a children's rights defender, I urge you to listen to children. I urge you to respect their human rights to be listened to. I urge all stakeholders in the justice system to endeavor to create a safe environment where all children can speak and where they are heard by informed and trained professionals who can act in their best interest and safeguard their reserved rights. As I stand here addressing all of you today, I ask you to put children's rights at the heart of your deliberations, and in particular, their right to be listened to. I am convinced that if children are effectively listened to during the judicial process, we will also be addressing the issue of parental alienation. I would also like to ask you to raise more awareness on the importance that parental alienation is to be assessed and identified by qualified professionals in the field to ensure that only the right decisions are made with minimal impact on children. In this way, we would be addressing any shortcomings in our systems. We must definitely work to improve parent-child relationships so that no matter what the future holds, children would be empowered with the right skills to develop resilience to face new circumstances and challenges. We must truly listen to what children have to say because they are the experts on their own lives. Children are not things to be molded, but are people to be unfolded. We have to work to develop an effective child-friendly mechanism in all sectors, and in particular to ensure a child-friendly justice system. We also need to focus on the aftercare of children affected by cases of parental separations. We must ensure that a proper support system is put in place for the children and their parents to avoid issues of parental alienation. We need to make sure that children have the necessary psychosocial support when affected by parental separation, so as to prevent negative effects on their lives. Finally, I urge you once again to put children's human rights and child participation at the heart of your deliberations to address issues of parental alienation in an equitable manner. I would like to end my contribution by quoting Jane Hull, an American educator and politician, who said that at the end of the day, the most overwhelming key to a child's success is the positive involvement of parents, end quote. This inspiring quote says it all. I wish you all successful deliberations during this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our President Emeritus, Louise Coleiro Precca, the President of Euro Child Management Board, with a very inspiring intervention. Now it's time to invite over here our keynote speaker, the retired Chief Judge, Honourable Philip Marcus, and Gail Debono to take a couple of questions from the floor. And I have been informed that the first question comes from Philip Kirkhope, who is the founder of Grandparents Malta Foundation, better known locally as Nanniet Malta. Philip?
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I was preparing some notes, actually, because I thought we were going to be on a panel with Matthew Bartolo. Anyway, I'm very pleased that after 2 hours hearing all the talking about and the presentations about parental alienation, finally the President Emeritus talked about the perspective. We take the perspective of the children. And that was my intervention for today. I don't know. I don't have any questions. I have just some considerations, if you allow me. Do we have the time afterwards or no? Just this time? Okay.
You can go ahead, Philip.
All right. Okay. So, primarily, we talk about parental alienation. And we as grandparents, we talk about grandparental alienation. But if we take the perspective of the children's rights, which clearly stipulates that children have a legal right to the access of both parents, so we are talking about parental alienation, 50-50 sharing, and what have you, and grandparental alienation. Because grandparents are being denied abusively and denied access to their grandchildren. So, if we take the perspective from the children's side, that they have the right, I myself was campaigning about grandparental rights, which does not exist in Malta. And I follow Andreas a lot, but I think saying that we don't need changes in the law, it is imperative that we have changes in the law. And in fact, the European Court and the local court awarded positively towards grandparents who gained the right to seek, not the right of visitation, right? The right to seek. That is not even contemplated in the law. So, and unfortunately, our foundation has over 2,000 grandparents registered. And many hundreds of, I think we are in hundreds, of grandparents are complaining, and they end up asking us to help them to set up a recourse or our application in court to file this appeal against their own children, because that's how much they are being hurt. And so, if we tackle the issue from the perspective, from the children's rights, and they have it laid down specifically in the Charter for the Rights of Children, everybody stand to gain. If the courts, rightly so, Andreas say, they suck, and they really suck. Because some of them, I think, apparently, the courts are ignoring the children's rights. If we tackle the children's rights, then the parental alienation stand in place, come into place alone, without any strifes and any litigation in courts. Because if the child, we agree and recognize that the child has the right of access to both parents, then the 50-50 co-sharing is being solved automatically. If the children have a right to the extended family, to their grandparents, then the paternal and maternal grandparents is solved. Now, at the moment, we are tackling that I should have 50% of the child's visitations and the other 50% of the child's visitation. But let me tell you something else. There are families who are not separating and they are still going strong, and both parents deny access to their grandchildren, to their mother and father. This is even worse than when they are separating. And we are neglecting the trauma that children are going through because, and we heard Gail speaking about, or somebody else, I don't know, about personality disorder and mental disorders. We have grown-ups nowadays, and we meet them because we do intergenerational activities with grandchildren and grandparents that are going through mental disorders because of the separation of their parents and of the denial of seeing grandparents. We have grandparents who have not seen their grandchildren since birth, since Holy Communion. And these children are being raised without knowing that they have a grandmother or a grandfather. More intensely, that I don't know why, and I agree with Anthony, who's striving for 50-50 custody also. Why 80% of the women, of the mothers, are awarded custody? And when I argued this with the former commissioner of children, she said because the children go to the maternal grandparents, and the men who work anyway, they can't raise their children appropriately. This is false because both parents are working today, and both parents are loading the grandparents to care for their children. So it is absurd to say that a man who is working, his children are cared for by his mother and father, whilst the mother who goes working, they are cared for by her mother and father. So this can be solved also by giving the rights to children that they decide. It is a right. We cannot decide on the children's rights. It is our duty that the parents and grandparents give them the choice they need and to know their parents and grandparents equally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. I would like to apologize because, as Philip rightly pointed out, we were supposed to have here with us, together with Philip, Matthew Bartolo, but unfortunately Matthew this morning phoned us that he was unable to make it because he was not in his best of health. Things that do happen in such circumstances. I don't know whether we've got 5 minutes, whether there are some comments or questions. Yes. Can somebody give the mic to Andreas, please?
I don't need it.
Okay.
I told me about the core situation. If you get a judgment, then you can see your child as a grandparent.
And you're not giving access to the child, what do? You might call the police, right? It's court order. And this is where we have the problem. I know of many people who already have court orders, and then nothing happens. Zero. So yes, change the law, do this, beautiful, get the judgment, do all of that. Your children will probably be adult by then, until this changes. What we need right now is enforcement on the basics. And that is not happening. That sucks. And sucks in capital letters. I know it out of my own experience. Anthony, we know it of too many people. They put guys into prison who lose their jobs during COVID. So because they couldn't pay their maintenance, because they weren't in a job, etc., they couldn't go to the court because the court was closed at the time, and to actually change the maintenance model. So there are so many things which are just dysfunctional. It starts at this stage by putting basics in place and action where we need actually to call the police in and actually act on already existing laws. That would be a starting point. The questions I have. I would love to hear from both of you. What are the 3 steps you recommend, practical, which can make a difference to stop emotional child abuse within the next 180 days?
Before you answer this question, I have just been informed that you can make also the final comments apart from answering this question. We cannot take any more questions due to time constraints, and then we'll go for a coffee break. Okay?
Great. Okay, so from my end, if you please, the first thing I believe in is in education, and you said the next 180 days, there can be an education campaign which is done to inform the public. We saw from Professor Marmara's intervention that most people don't know what parental alienation is, or rather don't know what to look for. So, like you said earlier, when you said let's take it out of court, although that is not going to be done in 180 days, I think that is very important, because the issues we are dealing with here are legal, but not only. As in, the separation is a legal issue, but the rest of it is not. And the effect that they are having is not a legal effect, it's a psychological effect on the children. So that would be my second. So the first would be education, and the second, it would be to involve more professionals rather than just legal professionals in the matter.
There's a lot to unpack in the question about grandparents. There's a lot to unpack about the voice of the child, how you hear the voice of the child, and what you do with it. I'll be addressing those things in my next presentation shortly. Changing the law, I believe, although I am not an expert in Maltese law, from what I've read, there are certain things which need to be changed. They need to be changed very quickly. There needs to be a presumption that both parents are responsible to answer the needs of the child, and that neither of them may interfere with that. And as regards enforcement, I will deal with that also in the next part of my presentation. But the court needs to take these cases by the throat, and I will explain later how the Israeli law and practice has dealt with all 3 or 4 of these issues: enforcement, voice of the child, grandparents, and equal entitlement of the parents to handle the needs of the child. So that's my pending answer. And as regards 3 things to do, they will become apparent, I hope.
Anything else from your end?
Nothing else from my end.
Thank you very much, Your Honourable. Thank you, Gail. Now we have a 15-minute coffee break. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. I am very pleased to have you back, especially those who are with us via social media. If you've just joined us, it's the seminar organized by Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children. The theme of the seminar is Changes Needed for Family Well-Being. We've got our keynote speaker, the retired Chief Judge, His Honourable Philip Marcus. We're coming from the Royal Hall on the Palace Hotel Slima in the beautiful island and sunny island, Day of Malta. It's time now to have with us via video Dr. David Curl, who is a board member and international CEO of the Two Wishes Foundation. David is a father, filmmaker, a scientist, writer, and David's career bridges art and science. He is an award-winning cinematographer, director, and producer. He has created and worked on numerous international films, produced media for TV, radio, print, and online, and worked even in science and wildlife conservation. He has been a long-time contributor to national policy development in a number of fields and has been an active board member of the Australian Film Industry Guilds and Kafka's UK Advisory Board, addressing mainly family violence. He is currently the CEO as part of a social impact campaign for children's rights and better health-focused approaches to help families in crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Kerr.
Like many people, I'm passionate about the well-being of children. So I'd like to share some ideas on how to prevent harm to children and all family members when parents separate. I'd like to suggest that this involves nothing less than transforming how we all deal with and even think about family separation and divorce. If that sounds a bit challenging or grandiose or vague, or just harder than simply making a few changes to your local Family Law Act, I ask you to join me on a short journey. Over a century ago, government agencies here began removing Aboriginal children from their families to be educated and brought up in civilised white society. The policy, based on the prevailing ideology of the day, was not unique to Australia, and no doubt many who implemented it sincerely believed they were acting in the children's best interests. As if it wasn't enough for children to be denied contact with their own parents, many were taught that their parents were not good or even abusive. Many children were not allowed to speak their own language and were taught to reject or were turned against not just their own parents, but their entire culture. Some were even put into environments that were highly abusive and caused even further harm. Together, these children were to become known as the stolen generations. As a symbol both of Australia and of Aboriginal culture, Uluru stands testament to that history and its consequences. High rates of depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress and suicide, poor lifetime health, the loss of connection between children and their parents and culture, the despair and grief of parents and other close family members who lost their children. And on top of all of that, the consequent intergenerational trauma that affects so many families to this day. It's a story of a system we told ourselves for decades was doing good. But it wasn't. It was causing great harm. And it's worthwhile considering briefly how this could possibly have happened. Like many government interventions, it was based not on scientific evidence, but on ideology, the climate of the era, or zeitgeist, if you will. Rarely do governments move ahead of the times, or in advance of changes in culture and attitudes, an important lesson for any advocate of change. Also, typical of such interventions, it was costly, reactive, and based on protocols and procedures and laws, not on human nature and needs. The fact that Aboriginal children were removed from their parents for much of an entire century also illustrates how traditions implemented by governments are so hard to change. How people within a system often fail to see that what they are doing may actually be harmful or wrong, even if well-intentioned. And how such interventions are often seemingly immune to feedback, scrutiny, or accountability, even if their outcomes are dire and self-evident. Ultimately, it was harmful because governments are not parents. Though we have both history and science to back us up, we really shouldn't need them. So obvious is the litany of harm that stems from recklessly removing children from their parents, from allowing families to be destroyed, from not preserving family ties. Plus ça change. Fast forward half a century to a world in which it's taken an international pandemic to remind us, above all things, of the importance of family and family relationships. In one survey last year, maintaining relationships with family was rated more important than keeping a job or even putting food on the table. And yet, despite this timely reminder, it seems we haven't learnt what we could from the past. Around 1970, just as we were stopping policies of removing First Nations children from parents, we began establishing government-run, law-based systems in Australia and around the world to facilitate and manage the escalating numbers of family separations. Family courts had arrived. And with the very best of intentions, once more, they were to look after the best interests of children. So, how has that been working out? Well, today, up to a third of all children in some countries experience the divorce or separation of their parents. It's still the subject of stigma, and not really a topic of polite dinner party conversation. And many children are harmed for life during a process that leaves them in unhealthy or unsafe situations, or loses them important loving relationships, or both. This is particularly true for the large numbers of children turned against their own parent or family. If children are taught to hate their own flesh and blood, that's exactly what they begin to do, often with tragic consequences. So, even prior to COVID, we have evidence of escalating self-harming behaviours and mental health issues in ever younger people. We have disturbing rates of suicide in young people and adults. We even have unthinkable acts of family violence, children being murdered by their own parents. And, all too often, we see direct links with family breakups. We now have large studies too that increasingly show the connection between adverse childhood experiences, including family breakups, higher risks of harm, and diminished lifetime health. And we even have science that shows us what happens to neurons in children's brains when exposed to extreme or prolonged stress, like family separation. In many countries, this major social issue of families breaking up has become a public health crisis. So, what should we be doing to prevent children being left in abusive environments, to prevent children from being wrongly cut off from or turned against parents, to prevent children and their parents from dying young? And, rather than trying to stop one form of harm alone, are there measures that could prevent them all? Whatever percentage of parents actually engage in court proceedings, family courts are the best funded and best known system in many countries. And yet, from the UK to Australia, top family court judges are increasingly questioning whether separating families belong in courts at all. For all the dedicated work of good judges, lawyers and court experts, is a legal process, especially if adversarial, unaffordable or stressful, the best and most compassionate way to be dealing with what is, in fact, a health and social issue for families often at their most vulnerable. Now, I realise that many folk at the front line today can see how their work within the current system helps many. Some will even speak of how courts and court orders are essential for them to be able to carry out their work. But is this actually prevention of harm, or merely harm reduction? And at what cost? It's a matter of logic and evidence that the terrifyingly high stakes and high pressure of most court systems actually makes it more likely for parents to use their children as weapons against the other parent. After all, that's by far the most powerful and accessible tool they've got, especially given the power we're increasingly giving to young children's voices. If we look at the most horrific outcomes of family breakups too, we find a particularly disturbing pattern, one that's repeated in many countries. In Australia, every 2 weeks another child is murdered by a parent or close family member. And one of the leading common denominators is not location or gender, but family breakups. Actually, to be more precise, it's family court proceedings. It was the day after court proceedings and a particularly adverse court expert's report that Arthur Freeman dropped his 4-year-old daughter Darcy to her death from the Westgate Bridge in Melbourne, Australia. Just 8 months earlier, 2-year-old Oliver was killed by his mother, Gabriela Garcia, when she jumped with him from that same bridge, allegedly out of fear of family court proceedings that might take young Oliver away from her. Fear that was perhaps not unreasonable, given that close to 90% of judicial determinations result effectively in single-parent families. And it was the night before a family court hearing in the nation's capital, Canberra, that Anne Mahoro poisoned young Esvin and Faraha before burning down the house with them all still in it. Tragically, the list is much longer. One further murder-suicide was examined by the West Australian coroner, who stated, "The evidence makes clear that parties to family court proceedings can be subjected to intense ongoing stress. It is also clear that such stress was a contributing, if not precipitating, factor." Why would we want to put anyone through that? If there are no pre-existing risk factors like mental health issues or proneness to addiction or violence, stressful court proceedings seem inappropriate at best. If there are such factors, though, allowing these families to enter such a system seems positively reckless. This chart illustrates the relative and potential effectiveness of different types of approaches. For a start, we can of course improve our legislation. After all, laws set the tone for family separation throughout the land. But ultimately, this is only a tiny fraction of the solution. Small changes can take years to accomplish. And in Australia, a staggering 110 separate acts of Parliament in just 45 years have still failed to get the Family Law Act right. Improving family law practices can be simpler, quicker and more effective. By making faster decisions, for instance. In parts of Belgium and Israel, decisions appear to be made in 3 weeks that would often take 3 years in some other jurisdictions. By requiring better training, so that, for instance, all professionals can recognise all forms of child maltreatment, and all decision makers know that removing a child from someone who loves and cares for them, or allowing the child to be denied access, can be at least as harmful and just as unsafe as leaving a child in the care of someone alleged to be abusive. We need to recognise, though, that educating professionals to identify and treat something better means, by definition, that we've failed to prevent it. Furthermore, in many jurisdictions, the very act of getting a lawyer and entering a court system sets a family firmly on a dangerous trajectory. Avoidable harm has already begun. More effective still, in many countries, would be the introduction of modern arbitration. It's generally quicker, cheaper, and more effective than more cumbersome court systems, for both financial and children's matters. To quote one UK High Court judge, it's a no-brainer. Even more effective and earlier are various forms of mediation or enhanced conciliation. At its best, with experienced proactive conciliators and substantial guidance for parents before they take part, this process can leave parents in control of decisions while still reaching an outcome that's good for children, and importantly, that both parents will buy into. If we're really talking about prevention, though, prevention of harm to children, our main focus must start even earlier, with local and affordable support readily available for all children and families, whether through schools, community centres, churches or healthcare centres, long before families are in crisis and in an environment that doesn't escalate pressure, tension, hostility and risks. One of my colleagues, Karen, gets called in, for instance, when a teacher notices a problem with a child at school. The parents are contacted and, invariably, are both happy to come in and benefit from the coaching Karen provides. It's in the very nature of such early interventions that you don't know exactly what you're preventing down the track, whether family violence or damaging breakups. But that, ironically, is the real test of truly preventative measures. You often can't give a label to what you prevented. Finally, and most importantly for true prevention, comes education. Education of separating parents before they get involved in legal proceedings, so they fully understand the needs of and potential harm to children. Education of young parents long before they have such troubles, and of young people and even school children. So much can be accomplished so much more effectively and cost-effectively with the right education about healthy relationships, building resilience, or the harm to children if you separate badly. Even if we could all agree what prevention actually looks like, though, and put all such measures in place, we'd still be missing arguably the most important ingredient. Some of you will know the old line, If you build it, they will come. Actually, Kevin Costner says he will come, but no matter. But it's not true, except in the movies, perhaps. The most important element of all in prevention is not to identify and implement these measures, though this is essential, but to promote them with carefully crafted policies to politicians and with carefully crafted messages that will reach the public at large. This is the campaign that we've taken on at the Two Wishes Foundation. Our vision is a positive one of a world where all children are free to maintain and develop positive relationships with all who love and care for them, whatever shape their family takes. Our mission is to build healthier families and ensure that children are not harmed when parents split up or families change. We aim to create a paradigm shift and get the world to reimagine family breakups, perhaps even to reimagine family as a living network of interconnecting and loving relationships with a child at its centre. A good campaign has many coordinated components. Among ours, we're using our in-house expertise to produce TV programmes for international television. Programmes that will play a central role in an extensive and professionally produced social impact campaign. We're producing TV ads for mainstream television and social media around the globe. Our first, No Child Should Have to Choose, has already been filmed and will be launched internationally next year. Our themes are chosen carefully to influence critical behaviours or highlight key issues. We're generating mainstream media coverage on TV, radio and in print media that will reach a mainstream audience with key messages and calls to action. In Australia, we've reached 10 to 20% of the entire population already. We're listening to children and young people and creating comprehensive, inclusive policies that politicians and legislators can embrace. For there's no point in motivating the world to act if no one knows what action needs to be taken. And we're liaising with and trying to bring together groups and organisations around the world who share our vision and our aims. So you're welcome to make contact with us. We have a positive message about brighter futures for children, even those who missed out on their first wish to grow up in a healthy, happy family. And we've developed detailed policies and strategies for getting there. This is what we think is needed for prevention. Prevention of harm to children and families. And it's so much better than any cure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David Curl, board member and international CEO of the Two Wishes Foundation. Another very inspiring contribution. It's worth pointing out that the Two Wishes Foundation's works in tandem and cooperates a lot with Happy Parenting, as you might have seen from one of the slides there. And I am pleased to inform you that the president of Happy Parenting, our own Mary Gauci, has been entrusted with the role of Malta's ambassador for within the Two Wishes Foundations. Well done and good luck for this work which is being effective. It's time now to let our own Commissioner for Children in Malta, Mrs. Antoinette Vassalo, to give us her own contribution via video. Mrs. Vassalo, by profession, was a nurse. For 14 years, she was also the mayor of Tashbish locality in Malta. She was the director of the Communications Authority. She sat on the Malta Industrial Parks Board. She was a chairperson of the Local Housing Authority and also chairperson of the Children and Young Persons Advisory Board. She is currently a board member of our St. Vincent de Paul home, which is our national residence for the elderly. It's a pleasure to hand over now the session to our Commissioner for Children, Mrs. Antoinette Vassalo.
Children need both parents and deserve to love them freely. Parents should be given the opportunity to be there for their children and to see their children. No parent should be deprived of raising their children unless it is harmful. As Commissioner for Children, I believe that many children are suffering in this regard. Children need both parents and have a right to build a meaningful relationship with both of them. My office believes in healing and unity rather than division. There should be no false accusations or expectations for children to choose sides. This may be very harmful to children and may even lead to mental health issues from an early age. We have to protect our children and make sure that when there are issues between the parents, they should be addressed and balanced without any gender bias. I fear that if children are not protected, they can be psychologically and emotionally affected. Therefore, we have to make sure that no children will be exposed to any kind of maltreatment. This is a form of child abuse, so we have to make sure that children are not manipulated by any of their parents or other third parties. In such situations, I believe that it is our duty to listen to children and to hear what they want to convey. Listening to children is their right as enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Children should be listened to by professionals who are specialized in working with children so as to determine what is in their best interest. So I urge even the government and other relevant authorities, as well as parents, to take the necessary actions to guarantee children's rights to a positive upbringing. In cases of separation issues, such as maintenance and access, should be decided upon within a short period of time to minimize any negative impact on children. I also urge parents to put their differences aside and give due priority to their children.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Antoinette Vassalo. It's time now to invite here on the podium Dr. Cynthia Tomasuolo, who will be talking about the legal and other recommendations as highlighted by Happy Parenting. Dr. Cynthia Tomasuolo is the legal consultant and one of them, she told me, yeah, and an activist within Happy Parenting in Malta. Dr. Cynthia Tomasuolo.
First of all, I would like to thank Mary and Anthony for founding the foundation. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a great honor to have Honourable Philip Marcus with us. I'm definitely sure finding this meeting very fruitful. Unfortunately, even though I started by stating that it's a pleasure to be here, it would be ideal if we were not here. And if we were not here discussing parental alienation. But parental alienation is a reality which has not yet been recognized locally. Matters including parental alienation, we know that are very complex, and they can leave the most experienced and skilled professionals uncertain about the course of action. So it is very important that action is taken today, yesterday. Building on the success of our last conference, as well as the continued efforts of Anthony and Mary, together with all the team, Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children is proposing a number of proposals. Also thanks to Dr. Ivan, who is the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Laws, and involved together with us in recommending these proposals. Many parents in Malta stop living together for various reasons. It's a fact. I mean, we cannot change this. But unfortunately, most of them, when they do separate, they end up in court. It's the ideal situation where, as Andreas said, we don't go to court, but sorry to say that will not change. Most common issues involving separation cases deal with maintenance and access to children. It results from, judging from the various experience of the Maltese citizens or residents, that the Maltese state is not equipped enough to deal with this type of issues, whose very nature can create bitter disputes. Let me take an example of a case, in parental alienation case, where a parent denies the other parent access to their children for no valid reason. Lawyers, unfortunately, involved in the case behave as if they are dealing with this case that involved the evaluation of property. So, as I said, Happy Parenting for Happier Children is proposing, number one, the setting up of an authority or an agency whose brief will be to examine such cases and to determine whether maintenance should be given, and if so, by how much. It will also determine whether shared parenting is feasible, and if not, the modality of the access to the minors that should be given. Then, of course, one will be able to apply for any required change. While there will be constant supervision by the family court on issues on rights or facts once certain conditions are met. To understand this concept more clearly, one can draw a comparison with the planning authority. This entity has all the resources required to execute a planning policy. It has technical experts in the field. It is more accessible to the public and operates under the supervision of the courts whenever this is required. In the same way that this authority has been building architects, family architects, should run this proposed entity. This idea has not been invented by Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children, but it is based on the situation abroad, including in the United Kingdom. Since the above proposal is somehow ambitious for Malta, and apart from a new legal framework, it requires considerable training. So education is the key. Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children is making further proposals, some of which can be immediately implemented. Number one, an improved notification system in the family court. It is necessary to strengthen and improve how the family court issues the notifications. We all know what happens when we are notified with the court decrees. There should be wider use of electronic media to deliver notifications effectively. Number two, a reform in the composition of the family court. One should consider strengthening the family court, and this court should be presided over by a judge and two family experts, such as psychologists and a therapist, no lawyers. This should be applied to decrees in camera sittings and final settings. The judge would focus on legal issues while the rest take place as a formation. It would be a good idea to establish also a board made up of psychologists specializing in children and parental alienation, and in that case involve a lawyer. This board would study cases such as those of separation, where minor children are involved before they move on to litigation in court, and within 3 months make all the necessary recommendations on the type of co-parenting that would be suitable. When this is not possible, appropriate access and maintenance would be established according to the case in question. This could take place in an out-of-court proceeding that would enable the parents to reach an agreement. Number three, the strengthening of child protection services to enable them to intervene in the courts. As we know, at the moment, child protection are very limited in how they access the courts. So knowledge and experience in the field of children are found in the officers working. Not all lawyers or judges would have studied or specialized in children. Not all are experts. And as a result, there is the importance of involving child protection, who are experts, in the process. Number four, the enactment of a law focusing on the interests of children that recognizes in clear terms the existence of parental alienation. The concept of parental alienation is not stipulated anywhere in our law, and this should be recognized in civil and criminal law, as it happened in various European countries and globally. Thanks to civil law adapted to cases arising in contemporary society, applicable measures can be taken so that children are not cut off completely from the harassed parent. A serious and comprehensive study of case and its various elements may enable the designation of suitable access to the two parents as deemed appropriate and most conducive to the welfare of the children. Number 5, a reform in the criminal code, especially in relation to Article 330 on access to the children and 338 on maintenance. Reforms should ensure that legal depositions conform to European human rights conventions. Restricted access should be compensated by quality time with children. Maintenance, this should make sense to all parties involved, but it should not involve jail. Detention or clear imprisonment should be immediately removed, both from access as well as from maintenance, to prevent those from being used, prevent the issue of maintenance from being used as an instrument of litigation instead of a solution. Number 6, the laws affecting children should uphold a general stance that the equal sharing of the raising of children is to be seriously considered. Although the present legal provisions do not exclude this, there needs to be legal interaction and intervention to change the current mentality, usually conservative, of the judiciary. Unfortunately, we all know that the judiciary is very conservative, and as well the legal profession. We need to come into line. We're living in the 21st century, 2021, 2022, and we need to march with the time. Contemporary society no longer embraces the value of yesterday. In case of inamicable separation, most of the cases involving parental alienation end up inamicably, the rule should be that the current custody of the children would be automatically conjoined without automatic maintenance, while medical and educational expenses would be equally shared by the parents. It is the obligation of both parents to contribute towards the children, but there should not be financial passing over of the money, but both parents remain responsible. It should be one of the parents who may request modifications to this arrangement. Then valid reasons are given and the report is drawn by the experts. It should be the court that modifies the custody arrangement and thus determine maintenance according to the means and the wishes of the parents. This means that unless there is a valid reason established following the study, the children would spend 50-50 of their time with both parents, and that parents would be financially responsible during their own time. In the case of a 50-50 custody arrangement, maintenance would not be required, the physical transfer of the money. In this way, equality and equality would be established between the parents. As things stand now, the court generally awards maintenance automatically to the mother, who usually has the effective custody of the child, and orders the other party, most of the time it's the father, to pay maintenance. And in default, the father ends in jail. Number 7, proposal for an improvement in the administration of family procedures. This could include the provision that the collection of evidence should not be done by the practicing lawyers, as it happens. They could be officials who are directly engaged by the court and who are answerable directly to the courts. Part-time judicial assistants may have a conflict of interest. Part-time judicial assistants, as we know, are lawyers, practicing lawyers. So there is a conflict of interest affecting their selection and their appointment. It is a good idea that for the courts to have a list of experts, doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists, experts in the field of parental alienation, including social workers and therapists. In fact, the time has come for the judiciary and the legal profession, the judges, the mediators, and the lawyers, to be trained professionally and to make judgments based on stereotypical ideas, not based, sorry, on stereotypical ideas. The idea that only the woman knows how to look after the children is completely wrong, and this should be emphasized. There should be better facilities in the courts where minors are involved, such as obviously the family court. The court should have a format that is different from the ordinary court. Okay, I know that we have the child's court nowadays, but the format is still the same. And ideally, it should be placed in a separate building. It is, but still, once again, stereotypes exist. When children give their testimony, there should be transparency, and it's important that the parents are heard effectively. In conclusion, the proposals being made by Happy Parenting Malta are amongst the many that are mentioned, have been established already in foreign countries. We are ready to analyze and see other developments in the field and to improve the situation, but obviously we need help. We need help from the authorities. Children's lives in the environment of the family, irrespective of whether it is an ideal one or one that hurts, unfortunately, leaves a mark on their experience. We cannot waste more time because today's children are the young people of tomorrow and the adult generation a few years down the line. What happens today reflects our own expectations of the future. We are all responsible for the country's society and we need to act now. On behalf of Happy Parenting, I also thank you for being here.
A very proactive approach here from Dr. Cynthia Tomasuolo, who is one of the legal consultants and also an activist within Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children. May I kindly ask again our keynote speaker here, the retired Chief Judge, the Honourable Philip Marcus, to give us his comments on legal aspects.
Can you put up my presentation, please? Let me start by pointing out two more ways in which Israel and the Jewish people on the one hand and Malta have things in common. We both have a language that practically nobody else speaks, but we also have a British background because, as you know, the British were in charge in our area from 1917 until 1948. They left a court structure and a legislation structure which replaced, in most cases, the Ottoman system. So but we don't drive on the left. We still drive on the right. There may be historical reasons for that. And one more thing which occurs to me, having looked around and seeing what's going on here, many of you may be familiar with the works of Alexis de Tocqueville, who wrote about democracy in America in the 1850s and 1860s. And what he saw was that the local organizations and families constitute an exceptionally important guard for democracy. And unfortunately, in many countries around the world, we've seen the decline and destruction of voluntary organizations. The book Bowling Alone talks about that. We've seen a decline in local and voluntary work. And fortunately, in Malta, it seems that you still have that very Tocquevillian view, and therefore there is hope that change can be made. Let me get now to the legal side of what's been going on. As has already been mentioned, and I will run through these provisions very quickly, the international conventions to which Malta is signatory put demands on the governments, and they are not, in many cases, being fulfilled. And this is an excellent starting point. I have, however, one caveat, and that is that, as I said before, and I'm going to say again, I don't believe in the rights of children. I believe in the responsibilities of parents to children and the responsibilities of the state to children. And again, anyone who's interested to see my analysis is invited to look at two articles which were published in the Journal of Child Custody a couple of years ago, in which I demonstrate that a discussion in terms of the responsibilities of parents gets round many of the issues that have been raised at this seminar around the world. However, these conventions are expressed in terms of rights, and I'll leave it there, except to say that I have in fact rewritten in an article that was published after a conference several years ago, reforming the International Convention on the Rights of the Child into the International Convention on Obligations to Children. And that places the emphasis on where it should be. So we start with the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and the Fundamental Freedoms of the Council of Europe, which is loosely called the European Convention on the Rights of the Child. What this convention has, and what the other two conventions that I'm going to talk about do not have, is there is a possibility to apply, in the case of breach, to the European Court of Human Rights, and we will see some of the decisions there when we go on. But look, the Article 1 says the high contracting parties, those are the states who are signatory, shall secure to everyone the rights and freedoms defined in Section 1 of this convention. And one of them is the right to a fair trial, a fair and public hearing within a reasonable time by an independent and impartial tribunal established by law. That means there have to be courts, and it means that people have access to the courts. It means everybody has to have access to courts. We've been told now by at least 3 people, in the words of Andreas, courts suck. Your former president said that courts are not doing the job properly. David Curl, I say again, I was one of the founders of the Two Wishes Foundation together with David Curl, and he looked at the situation in Australia, where the legislature has been saying, oh, how terrible, family cases are not being dealt with properly. And instead of having a total reform, they have tinkered with the legislation. And there are now 400 pages of legislation about children in the family court, and it's impossible for a layman, and it's in fact impossible for most lawyers to understand exactly what's going to happen. And of course that encourages litigation, because each of the lawyers thinks that he can use this clause or that clause. And they've made a horrible mess of it there. That's not the case in Israel, and I'll be presenting in terms of some of these provisions what we do in Israel, because there is now, as I understand it, an openness in Malta to learn from other places, and Israel has, in my humble opinion, one of the better systems around the world. So if we're talking about a fair and public hearing, let's look at England and Wales. We all look to England and Wales as being the democratic country in the world. Did you know that in England they abolished legal aid for family cases, except where there is an allegation of violence? And in that case, the person alleging violence can get legal aid, gets a lawyer on account of the country. But the respondent, the person against whom violence is alleged, does not get legal aid. And the British talk about a level playing field, and they're talking about cricket, and they're talking about soccer. There is no level playing field. That is a breach of the right to a fair trial. Right to respect for private and family life, Article 8. This is the central provision in the European Convention, and family life includes contact between a child and parents. I'm not going to go through these provisions. I'm hoping to have meetings next week, both with the Minister of Justice and with the civil section of the law faculty, and I hope I'll be able to develop my ideas on these in more detail with the legal people. The right to an effective remedy. This means that anybody who is adversely affected should be able to go to court and get things done. Again, one of the things which was emphasized by Andreas and by David and by other people is the issue of enforcement. In Israel, we have a statute. It's known as the Contempt of Court Ordinance. It was instituted by the British and it's been taken over into Israeli law, which gives the power to the court which made an order itself to impose sanctions on somebody who is disobedient. I can tell you that in a case of parental alienation that I dealt with, the mother who was a member of the clan of the severely personality disordered people, she was a borderline, made every effort to stop her husband seeing the child, who was then a year old, manipulated the system. A highly voluble and intelligent lady who messed things up. And it wasn't until I told her that, listen, little Johnny is going to be with Daddy on Saturday, and if he isn't, then on Sunday, you come to my courtroom at 8:30 and bring a toothbrush, because I'm going to send you to prison for contempt of court for 3 days, and in that time, little Johnny is going to be with Daddy. And that was the end of the case, because she realized, despite her personality disorder, that the utility of her actions had suddenly disappeared, and she wasn't going to achieve what was going on. And, of course, the police then execute the order if necessary. I met the gentleman concerned about 8 years later, and he told me, I'm still seeing my son. So it works. But that simply requires the proper utilization of powers which probably exist in Malta, and not inventing a criminal offence of parental alienation. I've written, I don't think that creating a criminal offence is of any use. I'll explain why to anyone who's interested in hearing. We don't have time now. However, effective remedy. There is a European Convention on the Exercise of Children's Rights. This, unlike the European Convention, which is the Council of Europe, this is a European Union. And the preamble says, rights and best interests of children, considering that in the event of conflict, try to reach agreement before bringing the matter before the judicial authority. This, of course, is part of the programme that I'm presenting. Conciliation services and mediation services should be freely available and accessible with no waiting time or very little waiting time. And in that way, there will be a disincentive for going to court. Another thing we do in Israel is that anybody brings a case which has no merit, they have to pay a huge amount of money in costs, not only to the other side, but also to the court exchequer. This is a great disincentive for false claims and false allegations. That doesn't mean they don't exist. Of course they exist. But a competent lawyer will warn the client that if you continue with this nonsense, then it's going to cost you in the pocket. And a duty to act speedily. Here we are. You have to deal with it quickly. As I said, when cases come to court, it's often almost too late. In Israel, the President of the Supreme Court issued a practice direction a year and a half ago saying that in any case where there's an allegation of abuse or neglect or alienation, there has to be a hearing before a judge with the parties present within 14 days of the institution of the proceedings, and that judge will follow up and can make orders appointing a guardian ad litem who will represent the interests of the child, not only what the child wants, but also what's right for the child, and will appoint an expert to analyze whether this is really a case of alienation or not, and to give instructions about resumption of contact and therapy, and all this can be done within a matter of weeks, maybe 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks maximum. And the court will ask for a hearing within 2 weeks' time with both parties present to find out whether there is compliance. And if there isn't compliance, then there will be sanctions, including a fine, including shifting the child to spend most of his life with the other parent, including, as I say, law costs and a variety of other sanctions that can be imposed. And all this is in the context of the existing law. You have to do it quickly and you have to enforce it. This is the European Convention to which Malta is signatory. And then you have the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Again, I don't like the idea of rights, but as was emphasized, again, by your Emeritus President and by others, all of what's needed is right here, and Malta is signatory. Family, fundamental group of society, natural environment for growth, etc. Child should grow up in a family environment. Article 3, protection and care, taking account the rights and duties of his or her parents, plural. All appropriate legislative and administrative measures. 5, rights and duties of parents, as provided by legal custom, legal guardians, in a matter consistent with the evolving capacities of the child, etc. Children are not static. Children are dynamic. Children's needs change. Any agreement, any court order needs to take account of the differing needs of children and to adjust from time to time. One of my proposals is that any agreement or judgment should be subject to review every 3 years, unless the parties agree that it's not necessary. And this means that there is continuing supervision, making sure that whatever arrangements were made are still appropriate for the child. And here we have Article 8, the child's identity, name, and family relations. 9, separated from one or both parents who maintain personal relations and direct contact, except if it's contrary to the child's best interests. Here I want to just point up that the child's best interests are not static. And in accordance with the title for this conference, you have to take account of the changing needs of the child, and you may look at a situation where there's been an allegation of abuse, but you have to look at the effects of that down the line. And before you cut off contact, you have to bear in mind what's liable to happen in 5, 10, 15, 20 years to this person, the child, and the child's children. So best interests is an amorphous concept. It has to be filled with content. The courts are in a good position to do this under the doctrine of precedent. And in Israel, there is extensive case law defining what best interests are and how you arrive at them. Article 10, right to contact, except in exceptional circumstances, personal relations, when they're in different states. Article 12, right to express the views freely. This, in my opinion, applies to parents and to the state. Parents have to listen to their children. They have to understand where the children are coming from, and they have also to exercise their responsibilities so that if little Johnny says, I don't want to have an inoculation because the nurse is going to take a sharp needle and cause me pain and I have a right to the integrity of my body, the parents have to say, it's not up to you, old chap. We have responsibility for your health, and you'll get a nice lollipop and a new toy, but you're going to get this inoculation done. And if you tell your 14-year-old daughter that she has to be home at 11 o'clock, and she says, no, I have a right of freedom of movement, I can go wherever I like, whenever I like, you have to tell her, sorry, you are not yet entitled to drive a car, and you're not yet entitled to buy alcohol, and you have to listen to what we say. Now, there are some families in which that attitude works. There are other families in which it doesn't work. And there are other families in which one of the parents manipulates the child. And all these have to be taken into account. But the legislation exists. And hearing the child in court, I will explain for anyone who's interested how we do this in Israel. This is a process that took several years. But the children are invited to the court, but they're not interrogated by the judge unless they want to. They are, however, spoken to by properly qualified social workers who produce a confidential report for the judge about what the child says. unless the child agrees that what the child says shall be given over to the parents. It's an elaborate system which we developed. I can say we because the pilot was in the court where I was the chief judge. So here are some cases which are dealt with by the European Court of Human Rights under the European Convention about states which do not comply with their obligations. And we see Switzerland, and we see Ukraine, and we see Russia. I'm putting them, of course, in the same category, even though there is something nasty going on over there. One of the most recent cases is this one, where Malta was the state defendant. And I'm quoting here some of the pieces from the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, case law, mutual enjoyment of parent and child of each other's company constitutes a fundamental element of family life, and domestic measures which hinder that are in breach. And 109, right that steps be taken to reunite, and so on and so forth. And the court has repeatedly found decisive is whether the national authorities have taken all necessary steps to facilitate the execution as may be reasonably demanded. And the lack of cooperation is not a circumstance which exempts the authorities from their obligation under Article 8. The court has to be proactive. And what's decisive in deciding is whether they've done what is necessary. The court found that the court in Malta did not do what it was supposed to do. So here are some conclusions. I hope they are going to be agreed upon. And I wanted to take advantage of the last 2 or 3 minutes to comment on some of the questions which were addressed so far. First of all, about grandparents. In Israel, we have a system where the law relating to children was amended in 1975. In 1973, there was a bloody war when we were attacked by the Arabs, and over 2,000 of our soldiers lost their lives. Many of them were fathers. And it was found there was a problem because the widows sometimes were preventing contact between the child and the grandparents, the bereaved grandparents. So the law was amended in order to allow the bereaved grandparents to apply to the court for contact. That was followed much more recently with a new provision that all grandparents are entitled to approach the court and to have contact if that is being denied them. However, the application is not by a lawsuit, it's by an application for dispute resolution. The courts in Israel, all of them, have a social services unit which is staffed by experienced social workers, and the application is sent by the court to the psychologist and the social workers, and they see if they can work out a resolution so that there will be contact between the grandparents and the grandchildren. And that's an example of how experience has led to a solution which has been made. I'd like to talk about the proposals for change. I am going to be offering to the relevant authorities my services as a consultant because I am not qualified and knowledgeable to know what's going on in the Maltese system. As I said, we've been here, was it 24 hours or something? Not even yet. And to do a sensible consultation will require several days. But I would hope that there will be a system of consultation which will involve listening to all the stakeholders, a proper review of all the legal provisions, observing what's going on in contact centres and in courts and in other places, and then coming up with proposals for change. Those that have been developed by Dr. Ivan and the last speaker are very interesting. Some of them may be doable immediately, and some of them may require legislation. One final word about legislation. Legislation doesn't just decide what the court will decide. Legislation sets the norm for society. And if the norm is, and it's enshrined in a law, that the child, for his proper needs to be answered, needs contact with both parents and their families, That sets the tone for how society behaves. And that can be backed up by the decisions of the family court where necessary. I can tell you that in Israel, a system was developed in Tel Aviv, it's now become national, that any cases involving parental alienation will be dealt with swiftly. And the results are published in the newspapers. And if it turns out that Mrs. Bloggs has had to pay $60,000 in law costs because she stopped the other parent having contact, that has an effect on anybody else who's thinking about blocking contact. And if you will say that people who don't have any money, what point is there of imposing a large amount of money? That's why there are other sanctions, including stopping people having a driving license, stopping people using a credit card, stopping people leaving the country. These are more effective sanctions, even for somebody who doesn't have the assets. So I've given you a taste of how we deal with these things. It's a shame that Andreas is not here, because I have a list of 6 things that need to be done in 180 days. No, it's not. There's no point. But I hope he's listening. He is. He's hiding. Why is he hiding? Okay. I have a list of at least 6 things that can be done in 180 days if there is political will and enough pressure. And we can discuss that at a later stage. Thank you. And as I say, thank you. And again, here are my contact details for anyone who wants any of the material that I produced.
Thank you very much, Honourable Philip Marcus. Now it's time to invite on the podium Audrey Friggieri, who is the Commissioner of Gender-Based Violence and Domestic Violence.
Good morning, everyone, or should I say good afternoon? Thank you for being here, and thank you to Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children for holding the 2nd International Experts Seminar. I have been listening to all the speakers, all very interesting presentations and thoughts. It's a lot to process, isn't it? There's so much to reflect upon, to think about, so much work that needs to be done. As Commissioner on Gender-Based Violence and Domestic Violence, I meet a lot of families, individuals, non-government organizations, professionals, all kinds of people who have all kinds of stories to tell. So much pain and suffering very often, unfortunately, because violence causes suffering. But one thing I have learned from working with all these people is that what we're dealing with is messy and it's complex. And it's not easy to describe or put in boxes or categorize. Because, as I said, all stories are different. I come from an educational background. I've been an educator for 29 years. As a teacher and as part of the leadership team in various schools. And I also work with university students because I also lecture at university at the Faculty for Social Wellbeing. And I have experienced firsthand what both parents and children go through when the family is fragmented, when things are falling apart. You have parents in anguish coming to school, very often angry, because the pain makes you angry, and they ask you, listen, why am I not receiving mail information about my children? Why don't I know what problems my child is having at school? Why does my partner or my spouse know everything, and why do I know nothing? I love that child. You know, they've come to me personally as part of the management team. And it's very hard to explain to them that, listen, there's a court order, or so we have instructions. Very often I felt heartless. You know, you feel split inside on so many levels. It's very painful. And even the children themselves, we expect them, you know, to be achievers, to do their homework, to pay attention, to be the model students, because we want them to learn, we want them to be educated, we want them to find a job, good career. But then, unfortunately, we do not invest enough in their emotional, mental well-being. Maybe we do not invest enough in the well-being of families. Do not get me wrong, much is being done, even in schools. But somehow we're not addressing the right issues, perhaps. I have had direct experience of this in my doctoral research. I am currently in the final phases of my PhD research, which deals with the lived experiences of young people in Malta who are disengaged or alienated from education, employment, or training. They are called NEETs. And of course, I'm researching their lived experiences, so it is qualitative research. And what my preliminary findings reflect a lot of what has been said here. So these young people are disengaged, not because they're ignorant or lazy or inadequate or whatever. It's because they haven't had it easy at home. They come from particular backgrounds, including domestic violence, including cases of parental alienation, where the parents are at war with each other. I've had cases of young people having been born with some physical defect because of the domestic violence during pregnancy. And parental alienation is part of family violence. So in Malta, there is no legal definition of parental alienation, but it is cited as child maltreatment in mandatory reporting guidelines for professionals. So parental alienation is a form of family violence because it harms all the family on various levels. There is abuse of the child and there is victimization of a parent by a distressed and wounded other. Or as even Gail previously has said, it could be the other who has mental health issues. So there is suffering involved for everyone in the family. Notwithstanding the chaos of the war between the parents, nothing should distract from where the focus should really be, and that is the innocent and vulnerable child, whose entire world is under siege by the two people most beloved in the whole world. And that is a tragedy. The chain of abuse needs to be fully comprehended and recognized. Laws need to function to protect especially these children from emotional and psychological abuse that can and does cause substantial damage in the long term. So how can we expect them as adults then to be responsible parents to their own children? It's a vicious circle, really. So we have to start from somewhere, and maybe that place is the world of the child. It is a fundamental right and need of each child, as we have listened, to be protected from harm and to have nurturing relationships with their parents. Adopting a curious, not knowing stance may help us discover and understand better the phenomenon of parent alienation so that we could be in a better position to help. There are no hard and fast solutions. Parental alienating behaviors are often difficult to define due to their insidious nature and also to the many forms they can take. Parental alienation is contested, still contested as a concept. It is held to be rare even, as a Cardiff University review concluded, and yet, time and time again, the allegation gets used by abusers to silence, threaten, and blame victims of domestic abuse who are simply trying to protect their children from unsafe contact. Even more concerning, there are cases where the courts have found domestic abuse to have been proved, and yet victims are still told by the judge that they must not alienate the children from the perpetrator. And if they somehow obstruct contact, then the children could be moved away. So, on occasions, children are moved from their home and their protective parent, the victim of abuse, to the abuser's home. Children in this situation could not be more vulnerable. Lawyers, judges, and mental health professionals agree that children benefit from an ongoing positive relationship with both parents after separation and that they need to be protected from continuing conflict between parents. Courts do not tolerate willful attempts by one parent to prevent or undermine a child's relationship with the other parent, which is often called parental alienation. However, when a parent is concerned about their child's safety due to a history of child maltreatment or intimate partner violence, their attempts to protect their children can be mislabeled as alienation. Indeed, there is considerable confusion and debate about the best way to describe those cases where a child refuses to have further contact with one parent following parental separation. There's often confusion between descriptions and explanations in the relevant literature. And such confusion has caused problems for the courts when evaluating expert evidence. Most court-connected intervention programs are not designed to work directly on the family dynamics at the root of conflicts and that serve to erode the bond between children and parents. Moreover, they are not designed to deal with severely strained parent-child relationships and do not have a judicial management protocol. The judicial system needs to be focused on devising interventions that deal sensitively and effectively with such cases. Raising public awareness about parental alienation, its causes, and its toxic consequences on families is, of course, essential, as we have heard. More professionals in the various departments and entities concerning education, health, and law need to be trained about the phenomenon so that it could be included in focused professional training about relationships and abuse and what is healthy, what is not in our relationships. Considering the gravity of parental alienation, a closer collaboration between the health sector and schools is necessary in order to prevent and identify cases of family abuse, including parental alienation, as well as refer to treatment situations that need care, for example, in cases of self-harm that requires psychological monitoring. But they're not just self-harm. In schools, I have personally witnessed self-destructive behavior from young people. Okay, they escape from school, they engage in delinquent behavior, and when they are approached, it is always the case that it's coming from a place of pain, of fragmentation. They don't know what to think about their family. They don't feel loved. They swing between one parent and another with teams of professionals around them who somehow cannot alleviate this pain. So it's very complex indeed. And it is mandatory for health and education professionals to notify, of course, and refer suspected or confirmed cases of family violence against children and adolescents. But sometimes the load is simply too heavy for school structures that are currently at place in schools. So more planning, more design to have interventions that target this problem. Because this goes hand in hand with the issue of early school leaving, for example, which costs the government a lot. And you know, it's an issue even in the European Union, even worldwide, that the discourse says that we are losing young people, many young people. And it's all interrelated, you know, so I cannot focus on school, let alone on a career, if my heart is broken and I feel lost, you know. So it's all interrelated. Parental alienation should be treated like other serious issues that teachers need to be sensitized to when working with children and young people, such as trauma symptoms, poverty, social exclusion, learning difficulties, domestic abuse, and so on. Systemic family psychotherapy can help and should be more included in school-based support systems so that children and young people, as well as their parents, can feel less alone in their struggles. There are no easy solutions. Family therapists and sociologists are thoroughly familiar with the many problems attendant upon naming and describing complex interpersonal phenomena. Positions can easily become polarized and generalizations abound. Professionals must fully acknowledge that it is a complex interpersonal process and that it is not a case of simple villains and obvious victims. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Audrey Friggieri, the Commissioner on Gender-Based Violence and Domestic Violence. It's time now to go live to Michigan in the United States of America, where we have a link with Shawn Wygant, who is who's behind the Parental Alienation Detractors. Actually, the theme of his talk is Parental Alienation Detractors, how purveyors of junk science misinform the public and family courts. Shawn focuses on forensic assessments, family therapy, and family reunification interventions. Here we are with Shawn Wygant. Welcome, Shawn, and thank you.
Howdy, folks. This morning we're going to talk about, actually it's the afternoon for you, it's the morning for me. So we're going to talk about the, let me get my screen here. Okay. What happens to courts and the public when purveyors of junk science publish faulty or invalid research findings? And so we're going to walk through a couple things that have happened here in the United States that are going to have far-reaching deleterious effects on what the public perceives, and in some cases what the court perceives from junk science, from the purveyors of junk science, which are primarily being driven by a few research teams that are headed up by law professors and not behavioral scientists. So first, let's get familiar with the term junk science. Junk science, as defined by the American Psychological Association, refers to invalid or fraudulent research findings. And the ordinary understanding of this in the Random House Dictionary is faulty scientific research used to advance special interests. So who are the purveyors of junk science in the world of parental alienation? Here's two studies. One is a repeat of this study. The first was published in 2019 by a law professor and some of her colleagues, and her name is Joan Meyer. And then in 2020, she republished it in the Journal of Social Welfare and Family Law. So one of the primary claims that Meyer and her team made is a false claim. Quote, courts dealing with child custody frequently deny true claims of adult partner or child abuse and instead punish parents, usually mothers, through a reversal of custody or limiting parenting time. So in her republication of this in the Journal of, in that 2020 article, the evidence she uses, here's what she says. These data do not prove that these custody reversals were ill-advised. The data tells us nothing about why the courts deem mothers to be worse parents than the fathers accused of abuse. However, the experience of myriad lawyers, advocates, and litigants in custody abuse cases is that courts frequently react to mothers' claims of paternal abuse with hostility and criticism. So, like her 2019 study, she doesn't provide any data. So there is no indication of who these myriad lawyers are. It just makes it seem and give the appearance that a bunches of lawyers across the United States and advocates and litigants all have come to this conclusion, and just because they have these opinions, that means what she claims is true. That's her science. And it's not science, it's junk science. Another false claim she made in the 2020 article, Gardner defined parental alienation syndrome as, quote, mother's false claim of child sexual abuse to alienate the child from the father, unquote. Well, here's what Gardner said about parental alienation syndrome. Parental alienation syndrome refers to a disturbance in which children are preoccupied with deprecation and criticism of a parent, denigration that is unjustified and or exaggerated. And he further indicated in the very next page in that treatise, unfortunately, the term parental alienation is often used to refer to the animosity that a child may harbor against a parent who has actually abused a child. When bona fide abuse does exist and is found by a court, then the child's responding hostility is warranted and the concept of parental alienation syndrome is not applicable. Furthermore, such application by people like Meyer indicates a misunderstanding of the concept parental alienation syndrome. The term is applicable only when the parent has not exhibited anything close to the degree of alienating behavior that might warrant the campaign of denigration exhibited by the child. Now, this may be common knowledge to those who actually deal with real cases of parental alienation, but unfortunately, the public, in some cases, is not, only can see this through the lens of the junk science. So what is real science? Well, real science takes questions and they develop hypotheses about those questions. They explore them and test them thoroughly. And then they publish the results so that others, and share all of their data so that other scientists can reproduce the same thing or similar results. So who are the real scientists? So in 2020, Harman and Lorandos published, they tested 6 hypotheses that were generated from the findings of the Meyer study in 2019. And the first of what they found was they tested 6 findings by Meyer. The data used to test the findings, they took 967 appellate reports in which parental alienation was found or alleged. They had 19 researchers blind to the study's hypothesis who coded the reports for the variables used to test 6 pre-registered hypotheses using a series of logistic and linear regression models. No support was found for any of the Meyer et al. 2019 conclusions, and the results indicated that the majority of courts carefully weigh all allegations from all forms of family violence and all forms of alleged abuse in their determinations of best interests of the children. So let's look at the first hypothesis that they tested from Meyer's findings. Whether mothers are more likely than fathers to lose custody or get a decrease in parenting time when allegations of parental alienation and abuse are alleged. No support was found. Second hypothesis, when a mother claims intrafamilial abuse and the father claims parental alienation, her reports of abuse will be deemed unfounded more often than if the father claimed abuse and the mother claimed parental alienation. No support found. Instead, what was found was that fathers were more likely than mothers to have unfounded allegations of abuse made against them, regardless of whether there were a known or an alleged alienating parent. Third hypothesis tested. When mothers claim intrafamilial abuse and the father claims parental alienation, she will be more likely to have a decrease in parenting time or lose all custody than if the father claimed abuse and the mother claimed he was being alienated from her children. She was being alienated from her children. No support was found. Rather, it was found that fathers compared to mothers had a 62% greater probability of losing custody if they made an allegation of abuse against the mother. The fourth hypothesis tested. If a GAL court-appointed psychologist or custody evaluator were to identify or find parental alienation in a case, mothers will lose more parenting time or custody than will fathers. No support found. Fifth hypothesis. When a mother claims that both child abuse and sexual abuse occurred and one or both were corroborated, she is more likely to be penalized than our fathers by getting a decrease in parenting time or losing custody. No support found. What was found was gender and known or alleged alienating parent were not related to a decrease in custody if there was a finding of child abuse against the other parent. The last hypothesis to be tested. The greater the number of false allegations of abuse a mother makes, the more likely it is for the father to have a decrease in parenting time or lose all custody. No support found. What was found was alienated fathers had almost 6 times the odds of mothers of getting a decrease in custody than did alienated mothers, and the more unfounded claims of abuse made against a parent, the more the accused parent was likely to get a decrease in parenting time. Thus, increased parenting time favored the accuser. So, what does all that mean? Well, just recently, there was a reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act of 1994, and now it includes the junk science research of the Meyer study in Section 1502. And I'm going to highlight 3 of the 10. Meyer false claims in Section 1502 of the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization. It's also referred to as Caden's Law, which refers to a terrible case where a father had murdered his 7-year-old daughter. Empirical research indicates that courts regularly discount allegations of child physical and sexual abuse when those allegations are raised in child custody cases. That was not found, and that was researched. And our Congress has enacted this and embedded it in the Violence Against Women Act. Second false claim that made it into this act, empirical research shows that alleged or known abusive parents are often granted custody or unprotected parenting time by courts. Approximately 33% of parents alleged to have committed child abuse took primary custody from the protective parent reporting the abuse. This is absolutely 100% false, complete junk science. And the empirical research is Meyer's research, and it's junk. The ninth one that's put into this Section 1502 is scientifically unsound theories, which they're talking about parental alienation, that treat abuse allegations of mothers as likely false attempts to undermine fathers, which Gardner never claimed, and no scientist who have ever seriously studied parental alienation has ever made those claims, and parental alienation has never been used by a real scientist for that purpose. So that is false. So this is claiming that scientifically unsound theories, the theory of parental alienation, treats abuse allegations of mothers as likely false attempts to undermine fathers, and Meyer further claims that is frequently applied in family court to minimize or deny reports of abuse of parents and children, and that is completely false. So junk science is the junk science of the Meyer team is the mirror image of real science with much of the same form, but none of the same substance. So when my team at PsychLaw is tasked with looking at allegations of parental alienation, frequently as a custody evaluator, there's all kinds of allegations in high conflict families. Allegations of parental alienation, allegations of domestic violence, allegations of sexual abuse. All of those are looked at. Every stone is unturned, and we look for all evidence that confirms it, all evidence that disconfirms each and every allegation until it preponderates in one direction or the other, and we are not attached to which direction it preponderates. And we report on what we find, not what we look to find, because all we're looking for is to test hypotheses like real scientists should. And so that's where the rubber meets the road if you're a real behavioral scientist and you work in this space as a custody evaluator or as a GAL. And when you apply the principles of science to the underlying scientific construct of parental alienation and all of the other constructs that go along with other constructs like domestic violence, intimate partner violence, or family violence, or any of the other constructs we use, at the end of the day, what we end up with is a scientific process, and the integrity of the process is what we're trying to preserve, so that when we talk about these things and children's lives are at stake, we're doing real science instead of junk science. So that concludes my contribution to today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shawn Wygant from Michigan and the United States of America. Now it's time to have some comments from people who are here with us. And the first invitation goes to Dr. Angel Formosa from Dar Giuseppa Debono in Gozo. Dar Giuseppa Debono is an NGO of the Gozo Diocese, and the founder was Maria Tart. Dar Giuseppa Debono caters for the welfare of kids and the young generation. So we'll give the mic to Dr. Angel Formosa. She's online. Okay, apologies for that. So we can link with... Is she online? No, we don't have Dr. Angel Formosa. Do we have Dr. John Bartolo? Yes, Dr. John Bartolo, Director Outreach Services and Student Affairs of MCAST, which is the Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology. Dr. John Bartolo.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Happy Parenting Malta for organizing this conference. I'm here to pass on some reflections on what I've heard this morning and the experience that I gather from MCAST as Director of Student Services. First of all, when we hear of alienated parenting, the victims are the parents and the students, but the students are young, at a vulnerable age, the youngsters, so the effects of the traumatic experience that they go through will continue growing along their lives. Here I listed some points that students at MCAST are asking for support at the Wellbeing Hub. We have 5 therapists who all the time are faced with referrals of students who seek support. The majority of cases of students are facing anxiety, prolonged stress, frequent depressive episodes, a lot of pressure, and it's very hard to say, but some of the students, they lack basic needs. Very basic needs like food and sometimes even shelter. We end up at 5 o'clock Friday afternoon. Someone phones, I don't have anywhere to go. What happened to the extended family? When we ask, do you have aunties, cousins? I don't know my aunties and my uncles. There's a big difference between the way we were brought up, all together, extended family, cousins playing together. But nowadays, it seems that it's changing a lot. And other basic needs are the love. We all know about the basic needs of Galtung and Maslow hierarchy of needs. Some of them, they lack these basic needs. So what do they need, these students who unfortunately are experiencing traumatic situations within their family life? They need to experience wellness, stability. Unfortunately, they lack stability, moving from one house to another. How can they concentrate on their studies? The love and care of both parents. They require the love and care of both parents, not of one parent. Quality time with both parents. And last but not least, they need good role models. How can they be parents when they grow older if they lack good role models in their lives? So I think that as educators, we need to focus more on this issue to help our students and educate even the society in general on how to deal with youngsters and the effects of separation and problems within the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John Bartolo, Director Outreach Services and Student Affairs, MCAST. I would like to invite now Imam Laik Ahmed Atif, who is the President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Malta.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, ever merciful, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and blessings of the Almighty God be with you all. I prepared some points, but I think we are being late, so I would like to be very precise. Islam believes that prevention is better than cure, meaning that the topic of today is changes required for family well-being. So if we want to focus on the family well-being, we have to not only counter the issue we are facing, but we should prevent this happening. I would like to present you Islamic perspective, and which is that our future depends on our present. Our tomorrow is based on our today, because how rightly said that you reap what you sow, or as you sow, so shall you reap. The Holy Quran presents this subject profoundly and says that, "O ye who believe, fear Allah, and let every soul look to what it stands for the tomorrow, and fear Allah. Verily, Allah is well aware of what you do." So this is a particular verse which is recited at the time of Islamic marriages, when they take place. So here, both husband and wife, both the parents have been instructed that they should look after that what they're going to send tomorrow, meaning that how they're going to deal with their future, what kind of generation they are going to upbring for tomorrow. Islam presents another all-time remedy, and which is that the prayers. Islam believes that human efforts cannot be fully fruitful until there is divine blessings and help from the Lord. So Islam presents that we must always pray to the Lord so our efforts become truly fruitful. And God has taught us some prayers and says that, "My Lord, grant me from thyself pure offspring. Surely thou art the hearer of prayer." And it also, Allah says that we should always continue praying that, "O my Lord, make my seed righteous for me. I do turn to thee, and truly I am for those who submit to thee. Our Lord, grant us of our wives and children the delight of our eyes, and make us a model for the righteous." I truly believe that if we offer these supplications and spend our lives in this way and pay attention to the proper training and upbringing of our children, then we can send forth a pious progeny, a generation of values, a generation that cares, a generation that focuses on building healthy and strong families, a generation that is fully equipped with the challenges of the modern times and knows how to overcome the challenges and pave the way towards a culture of building strong and healthy families. We must also note that with every prayer, which I earlier cited, God Almighty has repeatedly advised us that we must watch over our deeds if we wish to have righteous offspring, because this can only be possible when the parents do not lead a life of disobedience and falsehood. In fact, they lead a life like the servants of gracious God, meaning with faith, spirituality, moral values, and leading by examples. We can raise a pious and strong generation. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, how rightly it is said. Parents leave strong footprint on their children. If we truly want a prosperous and bright future, we should pray constantly for ourselves as well as for our wives and children. If one's progeny is virtuous and righteous, then their family life will also be cemented with goodness. Then we will not have broken and separated and fragmented families, which is the issue we are dealing with today. And only then we can effectively address the issue of parental alienation. Only then we can have parents and children who care for each other, and they will not try to hurt the sentiments of each other. Another beautiful principle which the Holy Quran presents is that if any issue in the family crops up, then Allah the Almighty guides us that la tuzara walidatum be waladiha wala mauludu lahu be waladihi, that mother shall not make the father suffer on account of her child, nor shall he to whom the child belongs make the mother suffer on account of his child. Meaning that if anything happens, the both parents should not let the other parents suffer because of their children, but both parents have the equal, as they have equal responsibility to raise their children. Similarly, they have equal right to love their children, to have their presence with them. So both the parents should be responsible, and they have both the right to cherish their children's upbringing. I would like to conclude with a quotation from the second caliph of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. I think that will summarize my point of view, that I'm not discussing the parental alienation as an issue, but I wanted to present it that we should prevent this issue from happening. And that can only happen if we raise a generation based on morality, on spiritual values. We should teach them what the family life is. If the mothers and fathers, they treat their children and teach them the values at home, if a father respects his wife at home, the children will learn that women should be respected. When the wife cares for her husband, the children will learn that caring is a valuable asset and a moral value for us to learn and to practice. The second caliph of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community has precisely and in a nutshell has said that nations cannot be reformed without the reformation of the youth. If we want families to be strong, if we want our nation to be strong, if we want a better future, a better nation, a better country, a strong society, and healthy and strong families, we cannot achieve this goal unless we reform our children, our youth, our children of today. Because our tomorrow depends on our today. If our today is strong, based on values, we are certain and we are very hopeful that future would be bright. May Allah the Almighty enable us all to raise such a great generation that will definitely have a greater future for themselves and for their offspring, for their progeny. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Imam Laik Ahmed Atif, the president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Malta. Before we break up for lunch, we've got a mother and her daughter along with us. They are German. It's the concept they created, the family constellation therapy. And we are privileged to invite Alenka Kreideweiss. Kreideweiss, you'll say it. You're residing in Malta, in Gozo, aren't you? You live in Gozo, so we'll go the mic over to you now.
Wow, this is my first time in a place like this. Hello, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here, and I just have to say that we are not we have not created family constellation. We just work with it. There's other people who did that before us. Thank you, but yeah. I would like to say, because I think it's very important that I speak as an abused child, so I know exactly what this is about, and I am very sorry. I am very glad that something is happening, and I am very grateful to Mary Gauci that she put up the foundation, so that work can be done, because it's important, and it is important that it goes fast. Just before, I've been messaging with an alienated father who is going to court today with his daughter. I know her daughter, his daughter, she's, about 9 years old, and it's not good. We have to act, and we have to act fast. So to come back to healing, Mary mentioned that in the beginning, and Anthony, I think, did it too. It's about healing. We need to prevent these things from happening. We need to give people the possibility to heal their own traumas, where they come from. And possibly all those alienating parents have been alienated themselves, or whatever happened to them when they were kids. Or a good option is to work with family constellation, which we do, because it offers healing and on so many levels. For the whole family line, yes, you can start if you know a child suffering. Those parents can work with family constellation, no matter what age the child has, to give the child a better outcome, even if it has to go to court, and even if all these things take so long at the moment. But you can, if the child is 2 or 5, you can already work to give the child a strong outcome from an energetic perspective. Family constellation is high frequency, works on high frequency energy levels and can heal all parties of the situation. The father, the mother, the grandparents, everybody who is involved in parental alienation can be healed with family constellation. That's why it's such amazing work. And I think that's about it. I'm sorry if I ran through it. But if you have any questions, you can come up to us. We are here to talk to anybody who's interested in it. And we live and work in Gozo. And peace to all of you.
Hello. I just would like to add 2 things. We should not be judgmental. And if we have a child, it doesn't belong to us like a bike or like a car, or I have to have it. It's a new generation. It's for all of us. It's not something I can, like a shirt I can wear and tear and then throw it away. It's something alive. Thank you.
I've been asked to give a contact opportunity for those who are watching us online, which I gladly do. I don't know if my name is written somewhere, because it might be a bit complicated. It is? Okay, it's on the website, so you can find me on Facebook, Alenka Kreideweiss. I give you my number as well. It's 77301082. Oh, sorry, Maltese number. So +356 and then 77301082. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alenka and Gisela. It's now time to go out for lunch. Thank you very much. We'll be back round about 2 o'clock. So, bon appetit, and we'll meet again with those who are connected to us via social media. Thank you very much. From the Royal Hall of the Palace Hotel in Slima, Malta, we would like to welcome you again to the second part of this seminar, Changes Needed for Family Well-Being, being organized by Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children. It's time now to go live to the United Arab Emirates, where we are going to connect with Borja Brañanova.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. Borja Brañanova, pronounced in Spanish. So thank you to the organization for giving me access now. It's my pleasure to be here with all the attendees and the presenters. I'm going to be brief. I want to explain to the people, I want to conduct a message that a strong litigation might reach for major changes, and my case is one of those. A litigation that took place in Dubai. Dubai is Emirate of United Arab Emirates, so I've been litigating 5 years to be able to spend some time with my children. So let me explain this to you. I go through some preamble and some risks that we have to mitigate. So in my case, regular marriage, international marriage, Spanish person, South African woman, the law of the marriage, Spanish, 2 children born, 1 boy, 1 girl. Immediately after the girl born, wife requests for a non-amicable divorce in Dubai courts. That is the competent court, right? I'm Spanish, Christian. I have no understanding about the Muslim laws or Muslim understanding of family inheritance or family relationship after the divorce. So I did my homework and I came to know that it was a possibility to request to the court to use the Spanish law in order to try to mitigate losing contact with the children, right? Unfortunately, the court did accept in principle to apply the law, but did refuse in the first instance to use the Spanish law because there was no legal doctrine on that. So the litigation lasted for 5 years, huge litigation, when the marriage only lasted for 3 years. The most important part that attracted the attention of the legal system to the judges and everybody around is we were divorcing and living together in an amicable scenario. So even though we are fighting for custody, we kept somehow a good relationship, and this allows authorities to decide on that. So which risks we faced when we faced Dubai courts, right? My children and me, basically, the custody to be sold to the mother. After a particular shifting of custody from mother to father, when the boy is reaching 11 years and the daughter is reaching 13 years, in some cases never happened. So there is application that you say, I want my daughter to be with me because we are 2 females and it's the best way to be. And maybe the father never see the daughter in life. No minimum visitation rights. And actually, a visitation center that was for me very hard to envision, meeting my children there once upon a time and once in a blue moon. A huge case of huge problem with parental alienation. So this put me to work in creating an organization in UAE. So we managed to create, I was the vice president of one organization called PASA, Parental Alienation Syndrome Association. We got the approval for the authorities to proceed, however, with so many limitations that we basically supposed to be a counseling center, and we wanted to be an educational or promoting center in order to reach the authorities. So the matter got, let's say, on hold. Definitely insulation from the Spanish family of the children. My children, after so many applications, so many processes, they visit for the first time since they have some knowledge Spain, because they visit Spain just newborn babies, but they don't remember anything. So last December, through a very lengthy process, we managed to visit the family in Spain. It was very important for them. There was a risk of losing the connection with their culture, with the roots, with the language. And also, it is very, very difficult to be raised in a foreign country where you don't have access to your own parents. So to be precise, to say applicable laws is not very precise. Let's say laws we display in order to litigate. You might say, how these many laws? Okay, the reason for this massive litigation is from day zero, I personally envisioned to go to the European Court of the Human Rights because I didn't see the way here. There was no precedent situation. There was no supportive system, and nobody believed a man could be looking after the children when they are so small. So we brought the law of Spain together with the Spanish Constitution. Definitely the UAE federal law play a big role because a majority of the decisions were taken based on the UAE federal law, based on their jurisprudence. We brought also the South African law to show that whether Spanish, whether South Africans, the children are entitled to have access to both parents, to be visited, to have access to grandparents, etc., etc. We also apply present the law of the children of UAE. This is a copy-paste law with some amendments from the Children's Rights Law of the United Nations. Also, we brought the Convention of the Child. We have to bring the Spanish procedural law in order to obtain the joint custody, because the court has to accept that you cannot dismiss a father to be custodian because you are having a religion influence or because you are having another social influence. So it has to be a real reason. And also we brought international law because there was many breaches of standard, let's say, situations. So we brought international law to say, okay, you are the competent court, but you have to play competent. You cannot play, bring me back to your field, right? Now, the case foundation, what was important in the case? The co-parenting. The co-parenting from day zero, even during the divorce process, surprised the judge, because they are not used here. Unfortunately, fathers are not very much involved in children's upbringing, and they do not believe that there are many people around that really want to be with their own children. It's very strange. They have here polygamy and they have another family situation, difficult for us to understand. Accounting was super important, the accounting process. One of the main reasons they declared the joint custody to happen is because they saw I was contributing voluntarily to the children, so it was very materialistic, but it worked. Psychiatric element that I prefer not to disclose, but parental alienation was there and other issues. The legal I saw you before, the legal presentation was massive. And institutional, and this is very important, and I think in Malta you need to work in this direction. The Spanish government participate here and have a work with the UAE government, foreign affairs to foreign affairs. So this type of situations really surprise authorities, that a country really look into his own children, because it's the resources of the country. So his own children's future. So they were very surprised here. So, and they react very positively. You will see later how they react with the Abu Dhabi law. Our case was extremely mediatic because children to be prevented to go back home, to see the family, to go in a foreign country, and all this, and all connected to Islam with Sharia, things that we don't understand. It was very mediatic and also caused a big impact ahead of Expo in the Emirates. So what we achieved? Okay, first we achieved the first joint custody in the Dubai Family Court in 2018. This was one of the first, or the only ones, litigations in this direction that happened in the Middle East and happened positively. We achieved the first legal doctrine in cassation court here. So it means the legal doctrine allows this to happen, disconnecting the system from Sharia, Islam, and the Prophet teachings. Was very impressive for us that in a civil case, we need to discuss these things, but they reach this conclusion, so they can apply a joint custody because they detach it from the religion side. So they become a little bit more civil than religious. All of this achievement and the massive effort behind was nominated for the Princess of Asturias Award in the Concord category. Concord means trying to work out nations and cultures and societies to be more aligned and to be less far away, more respectful, let's say. I personally received an appreciation from Dubai Court, so I've been invited as a VIP because they never saw a person so committed to support his own children and everybody's children, not only my children. Because the explanation to them is, you cannot do this. You cannot force us to go into a failing divorce in a foreign country. You cannot tell children that they are being protected by disconnecting them from their own parents. You cannot tell them you cannot go home. So these type of things, they were very impressive because they never realized how impacting it is for us to lose touch with our children. And now recently, last year, Abu Dhabi decided, because of the international pressure, and Abu Dhabi is the capital, so Spain, Madrid talked to Abu Dhabi, not to Dubai, which is something difficult to explain, but it's how it works. They issue a complete law for joint custody for non-Muslims in order to prevent all these things, because they really realized that they were violating children's rights, they were violating human rights. This was absolutely unexplainable to us, right? So the nomination for the Princess of Asturias, that was very, very important event because we reached the final. So we were in the last stage about to win with other contenders. The nomination was done for us to work with a very important international team that I want to encourage you to understand how important is to engage with important multidisciplinary people, like, for example, Judge Marcos, that people, or, for example, Bill Bernett, people that they are experts and they are willing to help. You know, it's very important that we fight at high level. Fighting at low level is very difficult. So it is very important that the teams are being assembled and we capitalize on our learnings, helping each other or learning from each other how to promote all our work. And then the nomination also reached Dubai Corso. The nomination recognized that Dubai Course having all these concerns or no concerns, constraints, like their own constitution. Sure, okay. So there was media coverage, and then we appreciate several organizations like yours that are highly committed to help. And then there are several targets now in the present and the future to revamp NGO here in order to keep working in joint custody for everybody. So to make the custody for everybody in all the Emirates and to promote this in the Arab world. So this is the end. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy this, and I wish you the best, all of you. And through the organization, you can contact me if you need anything from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Borja. And now from the United Arab Emirates, we're going to the United States of America, for we've got a live link with Deanielle Dawra. The line over to you, Deanielle.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Deanielle Dawra, and I am co-founder and head of advocacy at Find My Parent. I'd like to really thank you, Happy Parenting Malta, for this great invitation to share our technology. Today, I'm going to be discussing Find My Parent and who we are, as well as the technology we have created to empower children to reunite with their parents. So Find My Parent was developed when a group of left behind parents, abducted and alienated children who had become young adults, techies, and child rights experts came together to develop a real usable tool that would allow children and parents to reunite. We noticed a big gap in the system, in the domain regarding child-centered mechanisms for family reunification. And our mission really is to give the power back to victims of child parental abduction and empower them to reconnect with their families using AI technology. Aside from technology, we partake in a number of other initiatives and work. We have a podcast called Your Double, where we host parents, affected children and young adults, subject matter experts to really give advice and share their stories. This is available in many languages. And we are in the process of developing a child-focused YouTube channel that would really target young people and give them the advice they need when going through divorce, parental alienation, and abduction. On our website, we have a very comprehensive knowledge hub that is available in multiple languages. It provides children and parents and family members with the resources they need to navigate these difficult times. And we're working on building an international partnership portal so that parents and children can immediately connect to experts they need to, again, get through this difficult situation. And we run a parent support group as well. On the advocacy side, we engage with decision makers around the world to advocate for children and families. We've recently met with U.S. embassy officials in Japan. We have led a complaint to the United Nations against Japan for parental abduction. We have testified in front of the EU Parliament, again, on a resolution related to Japan and parental abduction. And we've recently had my co-founder actually reunited with his daughter just 1 or 2 months ago after 3 years that she was abducted to Japan, because the mother saw our child-centered advocacy work on our website and started seeing the effect the abduction was having on her young child. Finally, we are replicating this technology to make sure that all children and families who are separated around the world, regardless of the reason, can tap into this technology to find each other quickly and reunite. Currently, we are developing a mobile app for Ukraine called Reunite Ukraine that would do just that. We have been in operation for just about 2 years, and we've seen just how important this issue is and how much interest there is globally when it comes to parental abduction. Our podcast have on average 20,000 listens per episode. And we have reached 250,000 visits on our website that has only been live a year and a half. So again, it just goes to show that parental alienation and abduction are impacting a lot of people around the world. Now, I'd like to walk you through our tech, which is just launched on Android and Apple devices. So this is how our tech works. If you are interested in signing up for it, you can go to our website, findmyparent.org/app, and you can register your interest, and we'll give it a link. Then you will download the app and you will register for the app, just like most other apps that you have probably on your phone. You'll put in information about yourself, email, etc. And then your identity will be verified. And this is really important to us because we take security very importantly. 2 of my co-founders have abducted children, and they've always envisioned our technology to be used by their children. And so it's very important that it's safe for children and families. So you'll be walked through a verification process where you'll have to upload a selfie of yourself. Here's my colleague SKA doing that for you here in this demo. And then all identities are verified using a mix of human and machine-powered processes. Once you do the verification, you will create a profile. Okay, all the data in your profile is user generated. So we're not grabbing information from the internet. Each person is putting in their own information, and those users have complete control and ownership over that information. They can edit and they can remove that data whenever they want to. There are about 25 plus data points ranging from your date of birth, what schools you went to, where you worked, countries you lived in, and you can put in multiple pieces of information per data point. So you could put in 20 addresses, you find 5 phone numbers. You could write Muhammad various ways in English. There are really a lot of flexibility there, and you can upload images. So if I want to give you an example, my co-founder Enrique, he has an abducted daughter, just recently reunited, but when she was abducted, he could create a profile for himself, and he could add in information about himself, his relatives, so his mom, father, brothers, sisters, niece, nephews, as many as he wants, and then his daughter and his ex-wife's side of the family. So he creates that. Malene, his daughter, would go on and she would create her own profile, and we're actively working to make sure this technology is accessible as possible to children and young adults. And she could put in information, and she wouldn't actually even need to know anything about her father. She could put in all kinds of information about herself, her mother, and her mother's side of the family. And then our technology will create a match. Okay, so it will create a match, and it will know that Malene and Enrique are related based on the data and images, if they decided to upload images, they have entered. Okay, their information can never be searched publicly. You cannot go onto our app and put in Enrique and look for his information. That is not possible. There's no public search function. People can only search for themselves, and that's shown here in this video, when there's already been a match. So we've already established that Enrique and Malene are related because of the data and images they've entered. So those are the only people that can go in and they can search. Then they have the option, so they'll both be alerted. We found a match. We found one of your family members. Then they have the option to send a message. They must both provide consent before that message can be sent, and the child first and foremost. So they don't have to message each other on the app, and they can withdraw that consent at any time and say, I do not want to message this person. So it's really user generated, really the empowerment and the accountability, all that comes back to the user. They have complete control over what they want to do and they don't want to do. Again, we take data protection and child protection very importantly. So as I mentioned, all data is user generated. All identities are verified. None of the data is public. We use various online systems for data protection that are used by various UN organizations, governments, banks. So it's really the strictest and highest standard of data protection tools and software. We are compliant with European data protection standards and GDPR. And we currently use Amazon Web Services, which is known for having a very strong and robust data protection server. in the pipeline. So what are we working on now after we've launched this app? We are currently developing a support system for children and for parents to support them along the reunification process, because we really know that reuniting them via the app is just a small part, but the real challenge is rebuilding that relationship and ensuring that especially children have the tools, the resources, and the support they need to rebuild that relationship. So we're working with experts in that domain to make sure that we're able to provide those right resources through partners. Our app is currently only available in English because it was literally launched just a week ago. We are translating it to major global languages, and the goal would be to have it in as many languages as possible because, again, we strongly believe that this type of information needs to be accessible to all people around the world. This is a global problem. And then each app would also be designed specifically for the target group, because every group has certain user experiences that we need to take into consideration. We are working with governments and international organizations to scale our technology specifically to support Ukrainians who are fleeing the conflict and becoming or at risk for becoming separated from their family members. And we are also currently launching a co-parenting app in Japan to really push for bottom-up change in their society and culture when it comes to co-parenting, divorce, and parental abduction. And I would invite anybody that wants to find out more about Find My Parent or potentially partner with us to please get in contact with me. We're always looking to partner with like-minded organizations, whether they be in the public, NGO, or private sector. We always welcome people to be guests on our podcast, and we'd love to also connect, of course, with affected parents and children and impact investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deanielle. We're going to remain in the United States, and once again, we've got live with us Petra Deeter.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here to share with you. My name is Dr. Petra Deeter, and today I'm going to talk about social impact building. I hope that you can see my slides okay. If not, please do let me know. Make it full screen? Yes. Is that better? No, it looks blank. Yeah. Okay. So let's go with that. Okay. I guess I don't really need to explain to you that parental alienation is a public health crisis. It is real, even though we are up against a lot of challenges from misinformation and disinformation. And the impact of parental alienation on the children is severe, and as well as to the parents and family. And the problem is widespread. So when you look at something that is prevalent and severe, you're looking at a very serious public health crisis. So at Victim to Hero Institute, we're looking at solution at all levels. So we're undertaking research on alienated children and reunification, and some of this is going to go into academic publication coming up very soon. We also have ongoing education and support programs for victims and survivors. This is including the children as well as the parents. We have education and resources for professionals. So, for example, we have training programs for continuing education, credits for mental health professionals as well as lawyers. We've done training for legislators, lawmakers, and we also lobby for law changes, and we also fight bills that are and laws that are going against the victims of parental alienation. And then we also have a lot of public awareness campaigns. So today I wanted to really focus on the last piece here, which is the public awareness campaigns, and wanted to share with you guys some of the campaigns that we have done so far. We wanted to take a different approach when it comes to public awareness campaign. So instead of doing rally and protest, we wanted to approach the public from an emotional level. So we wanted to use things that are sort of coming from the heart, and we wanted to touch people in a different way. So we wanted to look for something that are positive and sort of non-violent and less stigma, and that's why we stay away from rallies and protests. So some of the things here, I may not have enough time, so I'm going to see how we go with time, but I'm going to cover some of these. So the first thing is the Hero Circle. So the Hero Circle is an organization that we created, and it consists entirely of the adult children of parental alienation. So no parents, nobody else. It's just adult children of parental alienation. And the reason we created this is because we realized very quickly that when parents speak up, somehow society has this tendency to blame victims. So when parents speak up, they tend to be victimized. So people will tend to judge parents, and so they don't have a lot of credibility. Especially when there's a mix of, false allegation and things like that. When you have an organization that just consists of the adult children of parental alienation, we are not here to fight for custody. We're not here to raise or lower child support payment. We have no motive. We're not trying to get even with our exes. So our voice is pure. And when we are standing up and speak up, we are only here because we don't want anything else to happen to other children the way it happened to us. And that's why we created this organization. And so we have a public education program where we interview adult children of parental alienation. So far, we interview over 300 children because we found that the perspective of the children have been very helpful because it gives you the true sense of the experience. These are the adult survival that share with you things that happen behind closed doors because there's nobody else that can tell you. You may guess it, you may hear a little bit from your children, but your children are too young and programmed and brainwashed. But here are the adult children that have woken up from the abuse. So we're sharing these stories. And then we also use that to lobby and educate legislators because, again, if parents speak up to lawmakers, they tend to question the parents. But when we are the children, it's much easier to get them to listen to us because these are the abuse that happened to us, and it's very hard for people to deny what really happened to us as children. And then another program that we did, this is what we did last year, was we created a Facebook frame, on Facebook profile, so people can just put the frame onto their picture profile. Facebook didn't tell us how many people use it, but we were able to find thousands of people that are using it, so we created short video clips that we found the people and kind of put it together as a video, a few different video clips and what we found is that when we click on each of these, there's usually people in their friends and family would comment on it and start to ask questions, oh, what's parental alienation and what this is about? And people would, and it definitely bring awareness. So that's another campaign that we did. We are not able to do this campaign this year because Facebook actually changed their policy and they don't allow people to create Facebook frame anymore. Another campaign that we did last year is called the Hero Songs Project. So what we did is we asked parents and adult children to send us their writings, poetry and writings and things like that. And then we reach out to musicians around the world of all genre, and then they write the music to this poetry and the writing and create songs. And we were able to create engage a lot of artists of all genres. So, for example, we had American Idol alum Ife Becerra, American Idol alum David Hernandez, Billboard artist Shalita. For example, Shalita had 40 million followers. So this, and then we also have top chart hip hop artists in New Zealand, things like that. We really had artists from all around the world. And so when they created these songs and then go on their campaign and explain what the song was about, we were able to get a lot more awareness as well. So that, like I mentioned, our campaigns have always been focusing on sort of reaching the public from the heart. So we're looking at art, we're looking at music, things like that. So another campaign that we did last year is a film festival. So we partnered with Hollywood Silver Screen Festival, and we had a festival that dedicated specifically on parental alienation awareness. And so we had 614 films from around the world, 86 countries. And the films are of all genres, all different languages. And the festival went on for 6 days, both online as well as in person. And so that was also a very successful campaign that brought a lot of awareness. Another campaign that we had, this just happened, actually 2 weeks ago. It's called Children Flash Mob Dance. So what we did was we picked a particular song and a particular dance. We actually had a choreographer that come up with the dance routine, and we encourage parents around the world to get together and do a flash mob. So they pick a different city, a major landmark, and then just out of nowhere, we would break out into a dance routine. And you notice that, everyone is dressed in black, but everyone wearing a blue ribbon. And we have the hashtag. You can see the campaign poster here that was showing around the world. And so that was also a very successful campaign. ABC came and feature our flash mob in Los Angeles, for example. So that was, and another aspect about our campaigns is that we encourage parents, and there's something empowering about parents taking the matter in their own hand to bring awareness, because then that gives them the sense of community, the sense of empowerment, the sense of hope, and it gives them the strength to be able to fight better in this fight for their children. Another campaign that we did, we are working on this campaign. This is not out yet. This is called the Boundless Love Art Installation. So right now we're collecting hearts from around the world. So parents are actually physically mail this heart to us to Los Angeles. And we're really getting a lot of hearts from everywhere around the world. We're looking at getting about 1,000, and then we're going to create an art installation that looks sort of like this shape here that you're seeing. And the shape is really two sort of open heart, like they are not complete hearts because they're sort of missing piece of them. And the big one obviously is representing the targeted parent, and the smaller one is the child. And you notice that the two hearts are connecting together, and their connection is the base that creates the stability for the hearts. And then across these two heart frames, we are hanging these 1,000 heart shapes that have messages from parents from around the world, that sending messages to the world and to their children and things like that. So we're working on this campaign, on this art installation, and what we're looking to do is we're getting this built in a modular structure, so we can bring this to different locations around the world, and we are in talk with different art museums right now so that we can get this move around. So that's another one. This is another campaign that we did, which is a documentary film called Parental Alienation, The Aftermath. This just released in February, end of February. So with this, we actually won the Best Director at the Golden State Film Festival. This was premiered at a very prestigious theater in Hollywood. And then we also won the Best Education Film Award at the Universal Multicultural Film Festival. We are now talking to different distributors because we wanted to look for a way to get this film distributed worldwide and hopefully get more attention and awareness on the issue. This film features adult survivors who speak out about the abuse behind closed doors, and they share about their experiences, about what it's like to be the adult children of parental alienation. Another documentary film that we are working on is not released yet, but it's coming out soon. It's called At All Costs. This feature film is a documentary film that features a tragic case where the alienator eventually kills the child, the alienated child. And this is after a 5 years custody battle. So this is a very tragic case that we're also looking at releasing soon. And then the last one, this is not something that we created, but we are following other people that have been working on this for many years, where we encourage parents to reach out to their local city mayor and ask for a proclamation. And so these are just examples of some that we have. We actually have a lot more of these proclamations. But each of these, what it is the city mayor write a statement that recognizes that parental alienation is child abuse. And that's very important, because every time a parent reach out to, and you notice this coming from all these different cities, and when a parent does this, it brings awareness to that city council. Because people will start asking, oh, what this is about? And very often we find that they don't actually know what it is about. And they have to go through the process of having a meeting in the community to disapprove. So through that process, it brings awareness. So that's another one. So that's all I wanted to discuss today. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and share that with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you, Dr. Petra Deeter. And now we are going to remain in the United States of America. We've got Danica John Dockery, who is the Executive Director and Founder of Kids Need Both.
Joan Dockery. I am the Executive Director and founder of Kids Need Both. Thank you to the organizers of Malta's second International Expert Seminar on Parental Alienation for putting this on. I know the efforts that you took to put this together and to include organizations globally who are like-minded and in alignment with what you're up to. Thank you so much for including us. We at Kids Need Both are creating a new model for restoring family relationships where children and parents can thrive. And we're doing that by not only serving the parent who find themselves in a bitter, high conflict custody battle, but also the professionals who may find themselves ill-equipped to be able to understand, diagnose, or even know what to do to help families in crisis. So we support families ultimately, but we also support the professionals. And we do that through a new model because we know that divorce does not destroy futures. It's the conflict that does. And we have to look at the conflict that's contributing to the destruction of families. So through the pandemic, we discovered that we really needed to get out there and create things that would support the professionals. So we created Hope for Families, which is a community platform, and it takes a holistic approach to divorce and separation. And through that, we are promoting programs, conferences, webinars, and so forth that other organizations have created, like this one that's happening this month. But we also are helping professionals through our directory of professionals in the platform so that we are able to vet the professionals and be able to be there so that when parents reach out and they're begging and looking for the expert that they need, we have that in a directory. And we also offer courses. These are self-directed courses, but we also have it where it can be a hybrid between a self-directed course outline and a facilitated group, and even something that we could do like a Zoom webinar as well. In there, here are the groups, the facilitated groups that people join, and they are monitored and facilitated so that the conversations don't go into a resigned, disempowered, toxic kind of group that we see out there on some of the other social media outlets. We have a news feed, and many of the articles that we publish are things that we get from our different organizations. We get them in our email, the partnerships that we're with. We like to share other people's articles and promote them, other people's events through our social media outlets, not only through the platform in our newsfeed, but actually putting it out there, pushing it to the other social media outlets that are out there. Now we've been helping parents through courses. We've been helping professionals through connection and sharing of resources, but we also got that it was super important to support other organizations that are in the same vein as what we're up to. So we created a strategic partnership by doing that. And our strategic partners, we have national U.S. partners, we have international partners, we have regional partners that are all, many of them are grassroots. Many of them, like myself, we are building this with our own money and our own blood, sweat, and tears to make a difference in the equal shared parenting community. So our guiding values are peace, partnership, empowerment, advocacy, compassion, and education. And one of the things I ask you to do is spread the word. join our partnership. Ask to be part of the strategic alliance. We're always looking for ways that we can share collectively so that we all can grow and thrive. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share what Kids Need Both is and the difference that we are making in the world of family advocacy.
Thank you, Danica Joan Dockery. From the United States of America, we're going to cross the Atlantic and go to the United Kingdom. Jan James.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak at the divorce fair. It is a privilege, although sadly not a pleasure. I wish I didn't need to. We've been working on the contentious issue of parental alienation for the last 3 years. What I'm going to discuss, if we're talking about parents acting badly, I want to be really clear that what we're not talking about is in the heat of the moment, when you're high in conflict, that you might say something you didn't mean to say to a child. You wake up in the morning, we've all done that, we've said things we perhaps shouldn't. That does not make you a bad parent. We've all said things we didn't mean to. What we're talking about here is the systematic erosion of a child's attachment bond with a formerly loved parent in the absence of abuse. That's what parental alienation is. So what we're going to look at is a bit of a better description, because parental alienation has been much misrepresented in the media. How to recognise the signs in parents and in children. Many parents tell us that by the time they recognise what's happening to them, it's too late. They've irrevocably lost their children. So we want to give parents advice on how to identify the signs as early as possible. Also, how it adversely impacts children, which is the reason I've got involved. I've spent a lifetime trying to keep children safe in cars and home, and when they get older as young drivers, to prevent them from wrapping themselves around lampposts. And I've got to say, this is the biggest issue I have ever addressed in a lifetime career of keeping children safe. We look at children's human rights and how they're being eroded, potential red flags to look out for, and what you can do practically to help protect your children from the most brutal post-separation abuse I have ever come across. And then some quick resources to help. So without further ado, let's take a look at what parental alienation is and what it isn't. So CAFCAS, England, deal with 140,000 child cases annually. According to Sarah Parsons, the lead social worker, parental alienation was found in 80% of the most intractable cases. They say that when a child's resistance or hostility to one parent is not justified and is a result of psychological manipulation by the other parent. I have to say, it's not always the other parent. It could be a grandparent, it could be another main caregiver, but generally speaking, it's one parent against the other. That doesn't come close to what it is we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is a systematic destruction of a child's attachment bond. Serious pathological behaviour. Here is one example of a boy, an alienated man, as a child, who said that when his father left his mother told him and his brother it was because his father didn't love him, didn't want him, had left because of him. And he grew to hate his father as a consequence. He ended up skirmishes with police, ended up taking drugs, he ended up in prison. And it was only in prison that he realised what had actually happened. He's now reunited with his father and doing as much as he can to help other alienated parents. Alienation destroys lives. And here's another example of a little girl who's now an adult who talks about her experience as a child.
It's my job to keep Mummy and Daddy happy, stop them from fighting. Mummy says that Daddy makes her scared, but I don't know why. Daddy's always nice to me. He works with other children just like me. I think it's bad. He showed me lots of letters from lots of happy parents. I feel bad for loving Daddy. Mummy doesn't like it. It makes her so cross. I don't talk about Daddy when I'm with Mummy. And I don't say his name in our house. Daddy didn't come to my assembly because Mummy wouldn't let him. My friends think it's weird and it makes me feel sad. I miss my nan too. She doesn't come anymore.
Heartbreaking story, heartbreaking. And then if we look at Dr. Craig Childress's description, this was in his testimony to the government of Puerto Rico, who have recognised parental alienation and made it illegal, as several other countries, and more enlightened countries, I have to say, in the UK, have done. And what he said was this: there is no worse pathology in the attachment system than a complete severing of the parent-child bond. When a child rejects a parent, half of their attachment system is entirely devastated. Half of who they are told is unworthy, is unlovable. It's a terrible legacy to give to any child, and it's exactly the wrong time to see the worst attachment pathology possible.
From
I find it staggering that I even have to speak for 3 years about an issue that is so evident to anyone involved in family cases. It seems impossible that the voices of alienated children that are now clamouring for attention and the voices of victim mothers and fathers are still subjugated and victim shamed and denied. We joined forces with leading experts around the field, which is something I always do with any campaign I run, and we ran a campaign on our fairly innocuous child seat site to test prevalence. It was a soft survey. We had over 2,000 responses on a child seat page. 2,000. 1,500 plus from the UK, 43% from women. So this is not a gendered issue. And the stories were heartbreaking. We issued a press release, and normally when we issue press releases on other campaigns we do, we get national coverage. Not one newspaper picked it up, not one. Why? Because it's been misrepresented, and those who hear the term parental alienation assume it's only a tool for abusive fathers to further victimise mothers. But here's the reality. Abusers alienate. They don't play the alienation card more than they are more likely to alienate. And women and men are affected. And most importantly of all, children are destroyed in the process. So, how can you recognise the behaviours? There are very clear behaviours that alienating parents will use, and it is a repeated form of behaviours. It's a bit like death by 1,000 cuts. It's like any other form of abusive relationship where you're walking on eggshells. As an alienated victim parent, you cannot do anything right. And so what it looks like is repeated denigration. One of the researchers I rang up to say, look, could you come and work with us? I'd worked with her in the road safety arena, and I said to her, do you know what parental alienation is? And I heard a sharp intake of breath. And I thought, oh, hell, she's going to tell me it's only a tool for abusive fathers. And she went, yes, Jan, unfortunately I do. I'm living it. And I went, what? My 4-year-old comes home, Mummy, you don't cook very well. You don't iron my clothes properly. You don't treat me like Daddy does. The alienation was starting. So it starts with denigration, repeated denigration. You can't do anything right. It's told to the children, and you're starting to be demonized. Suddenly you are the bad parent, the parent who doesn't love them, doesn't give them enough money, and the other parent is the angel parent. Also, they'll isolate, and I call it child abduction. Actually, it's almost legal child abduction, as we were discussing earlier, because it doesn't matter if that child is just round the corner or thousands of miles away. You cannot get to see them. You may have a court order that, by the way, is going to be breached with impunity. You may have gone back to court to get it enforced. Less than 1% of enforcement orders are actually enforced. You know, if the Ministry of Justice was a private corporation, Trading Standards would have shut it down years ago, selling a service where 99% are not delivered. So how do you get to see them? It's almost impossible. And it's very, very frustrating because parents don't know where to go. They'll interfere with parental responsibility, so you don't know what's going on at school. Quite often schools will illegally tell you that you can't get the information even though you actually have parental responsibility. And they may make false allegations of abuse, fitness to parent, substance abuse, etc. I've spoken to 2 alienated mothers today, both of whom have said, not surprisingly, the abduction of their own children has made them depressed, and they subsequently go on tablets that will then be used against them. They're on tablets. They're getting help because they are severely depressed because their children have been stolen from them. And that's the same with men. We have many, many families where we can prove the allegations were false. And just to say, CAFCAS 2019 figures show that 52% of enforcement orders, there were no safeguarding issues. That means no abuse. These were safe, loving parents. That's not including any alleged abuse that didn't happen. And I just want to be really clear about this. I am a survivor myself. I'm married at 17. I was almost dead by 18. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, and I certainly never thought I'd be standing on a stage talking about it. Even my best friends didn't know about it. It was something I kept hidden. We clearly want to protect genuine victims from abuse? Of course we do. It's imperative that we do. What we're talking about are those who had false allegations. They'll interfere with child-parent time, they destroy or dispose of gifts and mementos, and they may subject their children to angry or emotional outbursts. There are 8 symptoms of parental alienation that will give you an indication that parental alienation is happening. The first one is a campaign of denigration, they call it, which means that the child starts to say, you don't do this very well, you never love me as much, you don't buy me as much nice things. The child starts to speak out the denigration. That's the first sign. One of the fathers told me that he was told he was a Scrooge even though he'd given the mum 7.3 million divorce settlement and a £2.5 million house. The children were saying that he was a Scrooge and didn't pay her enough. Weak, frivolous and absurd rationalisations. Suddenly the children who used to love chicken for Sunday lunch don't like chicken anymore. Did you not know it? They never want to come again. I mean, it is absurd. Anyone with, any basic understanding of children would understand it. And lack of ambivalence. So what you tend to get is a black and white. And unfortunately, life isn't like that. We need to have shades of grey to be able to live in this world. Children become all good, so dad can be all good, perfect, and mum is the devil. And we'll show how that manifests itself in drawings in a minute. An absence of guilt. So children can be incredibly cruel. They can say the most hurtful things. I never loved you, I never wanted you, nobody cares about you, and have no regret. So what parental alienation does is it actually teaches children to hate, to dismiss, to reject, to be cruel. And then we wring our hands, our collective hands, and worry why 1 in 6 children now have a mental health disorder, up from 1 in 9 in 2017. They tend to show reflexive support for the alienating parents. It's an automatic thing. And they come up with an independent thinker phenomenon. One of our psychologists that we work with said he was facing a little girl of 7 who refused to see her mother. And she said to him, I don't need to see, whatever her name was, Jane, because she didn't call her mum. I don't need to see Jane because I know my UNCRC Article 12 rights. That's a child that's not being coached, yeah? Borrowed scenarios. So children with alienation, something can happen that's really innocuous, and then it gets distorted, amplified, and repeated. And it changes and distorts the child's memories of what actually happened. And that's a really sad thing. We had one story where, a father had taken his boys out on a wonderful day out in a boat. They put their little sailor's caps on. They had their little, safety floats on. They had their picnic. They each drove the boat. One of them with his little fishing net managed to catch a minnow. He was so excited. He wanted to take it back to mum. His dad was going, should we do that? She might complain the fish is gone, or if I throw it away, she'll say, you've spoilt his chance to shine. So he went off with his little minnow, and he'd hardly been out the drive when the texts were coming. How dare you? What a stupid idiot you are. How can you do that? You sent a fish that's going to die. Do you not think about our child's needs? We've had to go to the river and release it. So that beautiful sunny day, that beautiful childhood memory has been wrecked forever. That's what this looks like, borrowed scenarios. And then a typical feature of alienation is this widespread animosity that doesn't just include the alienated victim, and I call them victims, not target parents, I call them victim parents. Victim parent, but the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles. It can even extend to pets. They cannot speak to anyone associated with the victim parent. And what we do when we allow that is we remove a protective layer from those children's lives. If we think about the tragedy of Star Hobson, of Arthur Lambinjo, of Archie Spriggs, where grandparents pleaded for support too and were ignored, what are we doing? We don't have much money, the GDP is constricted. grandparents and the wider family play a protective role that social workers could never hope to take over. They're already hard pressed. What are we doing to our children? And when those happen, those children are waving a big red flag, because when children are being alienated, there's a psychiatric emergency. And we hear many times people talking about Gardner. A lot of the information about Gardner is completely incorrect anyway. He actually was peer-reviewed. He did actually represent mothers, and he wasn't a paedophile. But moving away from him for the moment, parental alienation was recognised in 1953 by a leading child psychiatrist and psychotherapist in France. Does this sound familiar to you? It's a sharp temptation for the parent who remains with the child to break down their love for the one who has gone. This may be a temporary relief to the parent who does so, but can also do harm to the child. Does that sound like alienation to you? 1953, long before Gardner. It's also recorded in the DSM-5 V99551, which is a caregiver problem and child psychological abuse. I'll move on quickly. It's also recorded in the World Health Organization ICD-10 under F24, shared persecutory delusion. See, the challenge we have is that many parents who are extremely alienating their children sadly have their own mental health issues, okay? Because let's be really clear about this. A normal, healthy parent, whilst they might be angry with a former partner, we've all been there, would never dream of weaponizing the child in order to hurt them. We might say it ourselves and we might do things ourselves, but we never bring the child into the argument, because healthy parents put their child's healthy needs above their own. And that is not evident in parental alienation cases. It's also currently included in the statutory guidance for our Domestic Abuse Act, and all credit to many, many people who worked hard to get it there. There's still a fight to remove it, but I'm delighted to say I did have a conversation with the lovely campaign policy manager for Women's Aid in England when we were on a webinar, and I asked her, and I went through the behaviours of alienation, which element of that she thought was not abusive. And she admitted that they come under coercive control. So Women's Aid now themselves have recognised that parental alienation behaviours are coercively controlling, which means it's domestic abuse, which means it's absolutely right that it is in our statutory guidance. It should be in the main act, but as long as it stays in guidance. There are over 1,200 peer-reviewed research papers, articles, blogs to evidence. There is much science behind the behaviours of attachment dysfunction. And many papers can be found on Bailey. We've got burgeoning case law that shows its evidence. And it's also evidenced by tens of thousands of alienated parents, grandparents and children throughout the UK. Here's one of them. Here's one group.
I know you're not dead, but my heart is grieving so. Why did you have to go? I really need to know. Was it something I said? Thought you had to flee. You get so far from me, you thought that you'd be free. My heart breaks, my soul aches. The gap that you leave. Time doesn't heal the emotions I feel. You're alive, but still I grieve. I know you're not dead, but to hear your voice once more, just like it was before, it's what I'm living for. Was it something he said? The promises he made, the secret plans he laid, until you stayed. But now my heart breaks, my soul aches. The gap that you leave. Time doesn't heal the emotions I feel.
Heartbreaking. So in terms of our survey, over half of the respondents hadn't seen their child for more than 6 months. 29% between 1 and 5 years, and just over 1 in 10 hadn't seen their children for more than 5 years. Unbelievable. 43% were women, the remainder men. The adverse impacts on alienated parents, 80% had adverse health impacts, which shouldn't be too surprising. 16% told us they felt suicidal, so we tried to get them help. 55% talked about financial impact. Court orders breached in 58% of cases. You may have read in the paper that perhaps in The Guardian, well, here's an example that tells you that it isn't rare. It's actually endemic. Almost 60,000 signatures already among parents and also among grandparents. 1 in 7 grandparents in the UK are prevented from seeing their grandchildren. And I wanted to just talk about the impact on children. One of the best ways to do that, as well as our recordings, and we've recorded many, is to look at their drawings. So here's a drawing of a little girl who actually loved her mother with all her heart, but her father wouldn't let her see her mother. So she sent her top secret Mother's Day cards. And the teachers found a picture of her that she'd drawn of herself looking out the window, missing her mummy. She couldn't see her. Another one, an acronym drawn by a 10-year-old girl, an affectionate acronym of the name Mother, makes squishy yellow sponge cakes and special and unique in her own way. A few years later, don't ever contact me again. If you're going to contact me, go through court. This is my own decision. No one's influencing me, etc., etc. The pathology is there, right there. It gets worse. Here's a little girl, again, prior to alienation, to mum with love. And then 3 years later, go away, you don't belong in this world or house. No one has ever loved you. What are we doing? We're teaching children to hate. And we wonder why child mental health issues are going through the roof. Here's another one. To a dad, 13-year-old, to dad with love, and then age 15, I'm ugly. Because here's the thing, when you alienate a child and tell them half of who they are is unworthy and unlovable, you basically tell the child that they are unworthy and unlovable. It's a terrible legacy to give a child, for them to hate half of who they are. Here is another one, pre-alienation to daddy, so much love, and then this picture here. So this, she didn't draw that, this was on a self-hate site, but you'll notice the writing in red, I'm so sick of myself. I've also got pictures of her which I can't put up because obviously for anonymity, of her crying on Instagram hysterically. She's self-harmed, she's cut her arms and legs. She's a girl in extreme distress. Her father had to cease seeing her because he was told by the Kafka's guardian that it was detrimental to her well-being to continue fighting for her. Needless to say, after he received the letter from the guardian, he had a serious heart attack, subsequently had a triple bypass. They're not unrelated. He wrote this letter to his daughter, and I'm going to read it to you. Dear Ellie, it's not her name, I really don't know where to start with this, as it's possibly the hardest letter I have ever had to write. In court last week, I made the decision to take the advice of your guardian from Kafkas and think about your well-being. You girls are very important to me, which is why I've fought so hard to see you all again. You may not understand that now, but hopefully in time you will understand why. It isn't about winners or losers here. There are no winners, only losers on both sides. I don't fully understand what changed to make you not want to see me right now. That is the hardest thing for me to get my head around, and one day I hope you'll explain it to me and let me explain things to you. There are so many unanswered questions, which for the time being will have to remain unanswered, but I will always remember you as a daughter who poured chocolate mousse over my head. I've still got the picture. The daughter wouldn't let me leave her room at bedtime after reading a story, so I would lie down next to you and cuddle you till you were asleep. You grew into a lovely girl, learning to sew with Grandma, helping me cook Sunday dinner. We had such fun and happy times, which I, for one, will never forget. Life can throw many difficulties at us, especially as we grow older with all the pressures and responsibilities. There may be times when you question things about me, when you feel the need for answers, and I will always be there to give them to you. No matter when or what time of day or night, my door will always be open. I find this very confusing, and I can only imagine how you are feeling. I don't know what happened for you to feel the way that you do about me, but it doesn't matter. What matters is you and your sisters grow up to be happy and healthy. Do the best you possibly can at school and stay out of trouble. Be kind to those around you and understand that some people may have different views to yourself. It doesn't make them right or wrong. It's just the way people are and always will be. In a few months or years you feel you want to contact me again, then please don't hesitate. Don't worry how you think I'll react. I will always be there for you and love you unconditionally and always will, no matter what. You can call me, text me, write to me, and I will always answer. I love you. I always have, and I always will. Goodbye, sweetheart. You take good care of yourself and your sisters. Love you always and forever. Daddy. We have hundreds of these letters. Hundreds of children denied love from a parent. It's heartbreaking. And then another picture, just very quickly to labour this, a little girl, happy pictures. And then here she is wielding a sword as she decapitates her father. There's another picture where she's got the father's eyes being pecked out by crows. If this isn't a sign of child psychopathology, then please tell me what is. It is urgent that we deal with it. Here's Erin Pitsey.
I don't think there's anybody actually now who hasn't known or been involved in the idea that one parent can actually involve their children in a war that doesn't belong to children. My definition of parental alienation is where the adult parent puts their needs, or in this case, their hatred of another partner and their wish to destroy the other partner, on the shoulders of their very fragile children. Of course, there are different degrees because it depends how vengeful the parent is. But at the end of the day, the message to the child is, the other parent doesn't love you. And there's no degree in that. It's the most devastating thing you can actually do. The concept of intergenerational family violence and dysfunction is a very long one. It's very, very well researched, and the evidence-based research. And you can see, if you track down those family generations, where the dysfunction, and it is a dysfunction if you cannot put your children's needs and their healthy needs before your own because of your wish to destroy your partner. It affects every single aspect of a child's life. It's not just child abuse. In a form, it's almost like child murder, because you kill that hopeful, loving child, because you've turned that child against a parent, and the child is left absolutely bereft. But it is a matter of urgency because it is damaging another generation of children. And at some point, we have to make it our absolute priority because it is epidemic. We really do have to stop hurting our children.
My hero. So let's look at the human rights. There are a number of UNCRC articles, and I won't get too granular with you and go through every one of them. There are lots, and they're detailed in our guides. We've got some on the table there. But if we look at two in particular, the paramountcy principle takes precedence. So the best interests of the child. How many times have you heard for the best interest in the child? Let's be really clear. The best interest of a child is to have both safe parents. That's it. And evidence shows from innumerable studies, Professor Linda Nielsen for one, where she's done a meta-analysis of innumerable peer-reviewed studies, show that shared parenting is best, but the minimum is 35% time. And here's what she found. If a child has at least 35% time with their other parent, they will perform as well neurologically, physically, emotionally, psychologically, as children in intact families. Who would not want that for our children? Because make no mistake, our children are our future. And if we don't get a grip on their mental health, we're not looking towards a very good one. So, paramountcy principle, and then here's the challenge. Now, don't get me wrong, children should be heard, of course they should. Children should have a voice, but not necessarily a choice, and I'll tell you why. Because a child who's being alienated, their expressed wishes have been manipulated, and the expressed wishes of an alienated child is the wishes of an alienating parent. And we have to understand that. Children do not have the emotional wherewithal to contradict the alienating parent. The alienating parent is generally the one with the power and control, and a child's biggest fear is abandonment. So how can they contradict a parent who has the main care? And here's the thing, most crucially, children do not have the capacity. I teach young drivers how not to wrap themselves around lampposts. And one of the things I teach them is they're missing their prefrontal cortex till they get to 25. That's the executive function part of the brain, the bit that looks at long-term consequences. Yet we're asking children as young as 8, 9, 10 to make lifetime consequential decisions on which parent to love.
Hi, I'm Corinne Barraclough. I'm 46, I was born in England and have now called Australia home for 10 years. I live on the Gold Coast in Queensland. I didn't know my father. He had an affair and left when I was 3 years old. I was told he left and wanted nothing to do with me. I remember being very young, crying and asking my mother if she thought he ever thought about me. It was made clear that I wasn't meant to ask questions like that. My mother remarried when I was 8. We moved to another part of England. My surname was changed. It was all meant to be a fresh start. You can't erase a parent like that. You can't erase part of a child like that. I first thought about suicide before I was 10. Strict religion was introduced to our household, along with guilt and shame as motivators. Through my teens, my anxiety and depression increased, undiagnosed. And then I discovered alcohol. It was as if someone had turned on the lights. I found a way to become social, pushed through my anxiety, and created a new party persona. I thought that alcohol was my friend. It lied to me for a very long time, and I believed it. I first tried to take my own life in my 20s. I remember picking up a drink with bandaged wrists and feeling cross with myself that I couldn't even end my life properly. I had dark, destructive, abusive relationships. I played my part in those. I was also angrily ambitious, intensely focused on trying to prove that I was worth something. I got promotions, moved around the globe, but my destructive inner critic always moved with me. Nearly 7 years ago, I resigned from my high-flying career. My life had become unmanageable. I was living a double life and it became unsustainable. I walked into AA feeling utterly broken and defeated. It saved my life. I've now been sober for 5 years. In sobriety, I had stopped talking to my mother for a while, as intensive therapy had helped me realise how dysfunctional and damaging aspects of my childhood had been. I was 40 when I finally contacted my father, having tried to bury the urge for all those years. I learned that while I was told, your father left and doesn't want anything to do with you, he had been told after having the affair, you will never see your children again. I learned of his own tormented path with suicidal chapters. I learned that he had loved me all along. What had always eaten away at me was the thought that the person who created me, my father, could walk away and not want anything to do with me. I learned that that had never actually been the case. It's hard to even describe how much this core belief ruined my life. I never had children of my own because I was terrified that the person I chose to have them with could also walk away, not want anything to do with them, and they would feel the way that I had always felt. Then I had a hysterectomy, so I never had children, and I don't have the family that, if I'm honest, I always yearned for. My whole life was built on a lie. Yes, I feel anger about it, as well as deep heartache for the self-confident woman that never was. Children are not weapons. In alienating a parent, you teach a child that part of them is unlovable. No child should be made to live the nightmare script that I have. Please do the right thing for your children. Children need their parents. Children are not weapons.
You know, suicide ideation before the age of 10. If we want to protect women and girls, we need to protect children from alienation. Here's a woman, she ended up with suicide ideation, drug and alcohol abuse, promiscuity, picking the bad partners who were equally abusive. It's a terrible legacy to give to a girl. So if we want to protect women and girls, we need to stop alienation as much for them as for men and boys. Okay, so potential red flags, very quickly. If you're going into a relationship, it's always useful, and of course, if you're getting divorced, you've probably already found this out, so it's a bit, you know, it should be found out, it should be taught in schools, but have a look at the background. Unfortunately, hurt people tend to hurt, and if someone's been in an abusive relationship as a child, Erin Pizzey, the legendary Erin Pizzey, will tell you it's transgenerational. So those who've been experiencing abuse in whatever form that manifests are more likely to become victims or perpetrators themselves, and the cycle continues. So look into the background. If they have a former partner who's not seeing their children, find out why, because the story you're told might not be the real story. And if you're with an alienator, that pattern will continue if your relationship ends. They may have poor, estranged relations with their own parents, or in fact they may be very, very unusually close, where the parents play a very involved role, which psychologists would call enmeshment, so being aware of those signs. I have to warn you, the introduction of a new partner can trigger alienation. I do urge our members not to tell partners, and it's good practice anyway to, I think, wait at least 6 months if you have got children before you introduce them to a new partner. But that is a very, very common trigger among the thousands of victims that we work with. And if you ever hear the words, you'll never see your children again if you don't do this or that, take it very seriously, because healthy parents wouldn't even think that, let alone articulate it. And if they're blaming you for breaking up the family and telling the children that, that's a sign of alienation. What can you do to protect your children? Well, there's a number of key tips. Minimise conflict as much as you can. And it's really difficult, isn't it? Because this isn't usually high conflict that's bi-directional. It's usually one victim, one perpetrator. But try and minimise it as much as you can. Ensure that every communication you send is child-focused. That's what the courts want to see. Cease any communication if you're receiving derogatory, inappropriate or accusatory emails and texts. Instead, sign up for Our Family Wizard. I believe they're presenting after me. I hadn't planned that, but there you go. It's a very good resource, and it means that you can submit communications content directly in your court bundles. And do protect yourself from false allegations. On Record's a very good resource to keep meticulous records, and get a dash cam. I've got a few instances of where that's worked brilliantly. Don't make unreasonable demands, don't engage in arguments, and don't obviously criticise the other parent in front of the children, otherwise you could be just as bad. And follow all court directions. So those are family aids that we encourage. We have online resources, we've got a survival guide and study report, and this is my final piece. I give great thanks to Monica Epperson, now Smith, who designed this video. She gave me instant approval to use it.
Dear Mom and Dad, I know that you are hurting. I'm hurting too. I feel and feed off your tension, fear, and shock. Although I am young and cannot express verbally what is happening in our lives, I am still feeling the impact. My heart is broken every time I have to give up a parent. My sense of security is lost. Please don't assume that I am resilient. Please don't assume that my life will be exactly as it was, and that I will continue to feel the same love from both of you. I am a human being just like you. My needs are just like yours. I need love, attention, nurturing, stability, consistency, affection, understanding, patience, and mostly to be wanted. When you fight over me or put me in the middle of your argument, you are sending me the message that winning with each other is more important than my life. I am learning from you that it is better to be right than to be loved. You are teaching me that I came from a person who is unlovable and wrong, and that I am somehow wrong too. When you confide your hurt in my heart, you are storing up adult pain and robbing me of my childhood. You are taking away my belief that love is unconditional and replacing it with a message that tells me to become hard and not to love because I will get hurt and not be able to recover. You may not understand this today, and I am so small that you are not thinking about my future, but you are putting me at a greater risk of getting a divorce myself. At times you are risking my safety to fill a void in your heart. My safety is your job. Without you and your protection, I am unshielded from the world. This will manifest in irrational fears for me, because I will stay in a state of fight or flight for most of my life. Someday, this initial shock will wear off, but how you choose to parent me through this crisis will never wear off. I will either feel your sense of selflessness, support, protection, or I will have a scar on my heart with a message that reads, "Good things happen to good people. I must be bad." Thoughtfully, the child of divorce.
Thank you very much, Jane James. Now it's time to introduce here on this podium Dr. Claire Balzan. Dr. Claire is a Maltese lawyer who actively supports the NGO Happy Parenting Malta and has carried out a study on the award of maintenance. Dr. Claire Balzan.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Happy Parenting Malta for having me here today. Now, before I start, I think we all agree that whatever ways we try to find to improve the system or any solutions we try to come up with, we always do so in the best interest of the children. Now, the main scope of my study, in actual fact, was, in theory, it was a mechanism, trying to come up with a mechanism, or better yet, a formula to try and calculate the award of maintenance from one parent to another in a more effective manner. Now, today I'm not here to bore you with the math behind it, but rather the thought process that led to this formula and what other suggested mechanisms are being proposed for this mechanism to in actual fact then be effective. First and foremost, we have to try and push the concept of co-parenting. For this formula to actually work and function, the starting point of the situation has to be a co-parenting situation where you have two parents that when you compare them like with like, they have a contribution to the child's life, a 50-50 contribution, let's say. So a 50-50 contribution, I do not only refer to the financial and the monetary contribution, but also to the contribution of the care, quality time spent with the child's life, etc., etc. Now, for this to happen, once there is a 50-50 contribution to the child's life, this formula would result in having zero maintenance. So if both parents are contributing in the same manner towards the child, then there shouldn't be due one maintenance from one parent to the other. Obviously, this will only take place if both parents have similar circumstances, they have similar incomes, they have similar responsibilities, they have similar expenses, and when you compare them like with like, definitely then the maintenance due would be zero. Now, obviously, no one case is like the other, and it is impossible sometimes for having a 50-50 co-parenting situation where the maintenance would be zero. So then the study goes on to look into what factors should be taken into consideration in order to be able to come up with a fair maintenance amount which would effectively contribute to the child's well-being and also for the child to keep having the same quality of life that they used to have when the family was still united. Now, let's not forget that co-parenting and joint custody are not the same thing. So when you have joint custody, the parents having custody merely have the right to make decisions insofar as the child is concerned. That does not mean that they are contributing equally to the child's life. There is a concern that when you suggest the concept of co-parenting, sometimes there is the concern that co-parenting will lack stability, because you may have situations where children are required to move from one parent to the other and back very often in order for both parents to be contributing to the child's life in the same manner. However, stability can be achieved in various ways, and with the right guidance, parents can find a solution to offer a stable life while happily parenting the child jointly in equal parts. Now, I come back to the formula. The formula that concludes, so to speak, this study takes into consideration a number of factors, and basically some of which are the income of the parents, the number of children, because let us not forget that it's not just having two parents and common children, but there are scenarios where parents have children from different families, the ages of the children, any special needs the children may have. And then I also put forward the concept of overnight stay in the study. So in order to be able to calculate the amount of maintenance, one would need to assess the number of overnight stays that the child has with one parent and the other. Now, why do I say overnight stay rather than sleepover? Sleepover is a more colloquial way to say it, and it is very often used in courts nowadays. But a mere sleepover does not necessarily mean that the parent is actually contributing to the child just because they're just going there to sleep. So, including and implementing new definitions in the law to make sure to be able to interpret all the factors that go into the formula well would make it more possible for the formula to become more effective. So basically the whole thought process behind it is to promote the concept of co-parenting, and also, as much as possible, make sure that parents are actively looking to co-parent together, because it will work in their advantage, because they will have more access to their children, they can spend more time with their children, and they will not be sort of scared off by the maintenance and the monetary contribution that they will have to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claire Balzan. Now we have a final intervention, this time from Italy. We're pleased to have with us Professor Vittorio Vezzetti.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks a lot for having invited me to talk about this important topic, about the consequences on the health caused by childhood adversity. I don't have much time, so I'll go directly to the topic. Okay, as you can easily see, the science has demonstrated direct effects on infants and young adults' health caused by childhood adversity. We can classify this damage in two different categories. On one side, we can talk about chronic stressors, and on the other one, about traumatic experience. As we'll see, many of them belong really to divorce-correlated situations. More or less, we can account for 8 chronic stressors: parental loss and parental lack, parental separation with long-term family conflict, neglect, parental education, parental mental health. Even poverty is an important chronic stressor, and drug use in the family. On the other side, a traumatic experience, we can classify physical abuse, verbal abuse, mental abuse. In this frame, I would easily insert the parental alienation concept. Witnessing violence within the home and a severe childhood illness. We can easily see that often long-term conflict, parental loss, parental lack, mental abuse are the natural consequence of a parental alienation campaign. Well, important effects of child diversity, short review. We can have influence on hormones, we can have an influence on cytokines, tumor necrosis factor, and interleukin-6 levels, influence on chromosomes and genes, but also on the immunity system, on the levels of pro-inflammatory protein, CRP. We can have also influence on puberty and height, and on eating disorders. Example given, cortisol levels in adult men are increased if in their childhood were subject to parental loss or other adversities. Or another example, early childhood adversity is able to cause adult low oxytocin levels, and oxytocin levels are correlated with anxiety and depression in adulthood. Very important is the child's age at the time of parental loss, at an age less than 9 years of life is of greater significance than later loss. A new topic is the neuroimaging in people with childhood adversity. Childhood adversity has been demonstrated by neuroimaging that is able to cause an initial stress-induced hypertrophy and the hyperactivity of amygdala neurons, and a second time is able to lead to neuronal atrophy or cell death. And we all know that amygdala performs a primary role in the processing of memory, decision-making, and different emotional responses. The resonance has observed that we can find a less shaped white matter in auditive cortex and less shaped speech region in case of verbal and emotional abuse. So it means that this question is before every other consideration is a problem of public health. Okay, these are the image of a normal adult, a normal 3-year-old child, and of a 3-year-old child who suffered extreme neglect, and an adult who suffered in the childhood extreme neglect. We can easily see the difference. Well, important question is if shared parenting policy is able to prevent child adversity, parental estrangement, parental loss, and if it has a positive influence on well-being. I cannot go through due to the lack of time, a few minutes, 5-6 minutes is the time that I can use, but I found out that the shared parenting politics is able to prevent damage caused by parental loss, is able to reduce the conflict, and very likely is able to have a positive and huge influence on general well-being. If you want to go through this argument, you can easily find on the web my paper, New Approach to Divorce with Children, a Problem of Public Health, published in 2017 on the Health Psychology Open. But just an example before closing, this research from Germany shows that when parenting time is less than 17%, the risk of parental estrangement rises to 50% or more. So it seems that there is a straight connection between parenting time and risk of estrangement and alienation. Okay, my time is expired, so I can really bring my salutation from Italy to you all, and I hope that we can find another time, perhaps with more time, just to go through these important topics. Greetings from Italy.
Thank you very much, Professor Vittorio Vezzetti. I would like to apologize, in fact, because we have some other video messages, but due to time constraints, we are unable to put them on air today. They will be kept in the archives of Happy Parenting, and when the time comes, they will upload them. Now it's time to have some concluding remarks from our Israeli keynote speaker. I invite the retired Chief Judge, Honourable Philip Marcus, to give us his concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
This has been a splendid seminar, and as I said at the beginning this morning, the more people know about what happens to children whose parents divorce, and the more people know about how a messy separation and divorce can cause terrible damage to the child, we only need to look at what Professor Vezzetti said in the last lecture to understand that the effects are severe. There are psychological effects, there are psychiatric effects, there are neurological effects, and they run down through generations. So the first part of any campaign to prevent parental alienation is to increase information. You have to throw information at the problem. The other lecturers have given a view, or many different views, about the issues that are concerned here. And congratulations to the organizers who put together so many different aspects of the issue. And congratulations to those who attended physically and virtually. I want to add 2 or 3 points that I think are important for the campaign in the future. There are organizations, most of whose members have been affected by parental alienation, and they need support. But in some cases, campaigning cannot be based only on the pain of alienated parents. One of the most efficient methods of campaigning is to bring out adults who, as children, were alienated, because they can tell the story of what happened to them, and they can explain in a graphic way, even though it's very difficult for them, they can explain in a graphic way what happened to them. It's important that there be information, it's important there be education for academics, for professionals, for students who are going to engage in professions. And the thinking has to be upstream. There is an ancient story about a city who are collecting money to build an orthopedic hospital. Why do they want to build an orthopedic hospital? Because people fall off the bridge and break their bones, until a wise man came along and said, why don't you build a parapet so that people won't fall off the bridge? You won't have to hire doctors, you won't have to build a big building, you won't have to have emergency services with ambulances and sirens. All you have to do is build the parapet. And that's the challenge. The challenge is to deal with these issues upstream. As my friend Nick Child, who is one of the co-founders of Two Wishes, says, we spend huge amounts of money rescuing people from rivers they've fallen into. Why not stop them falling in? The work has to be upstream. And it's to the credit of this organization that not only that you put children first, but also there has been a movement in the 3 or 4 years since your organization has been in existence. There's been a move from downstream to upstream, and that is a tremendous example that can be given to people in other countries. I just want to mention 1 or 2 more points which were really outstanding. One is the relationship between relocation, abduction, and alienation. It's traditional that relocation cases go to the court when one of the parents, usually the parent who has the child most of the time, custody, wants to move away. And the other parent complains that the amount of time that he or she can spend with the child is reduced. But when the parent who is not the custodial parent, the parent who spends less time with the child, moves away, that also reduces the amount of time that the child spends with that parent. So that while relocation has been presented as an issue of empowering women to develop their careers or develop their existence. But when either parent moves away, any reduction in time has to be carefully considered against the damage that might be done. So that relocation, there is an international Hague Convention on abduction which requires courts to act promptly and vigorously. And in most countries that have adopted the Hague Convention, they do in fact do so. They reduce the amount of time for hearings. But in local relocation hearings, where it's not going out of the country, I have a contact in Russia who cannot invoke the Hague Convention because her husband moved the child 3,000 kilometers, but within Russia. It wasn't international relocation. But we should be dealing with cases where there's an unjustified reduction of time with either parent with the same urgency as we do Hague Convention cases involving international abduction and relocation cases. I've been told in the breaks that it's going to be very difficult to change things here and that there is resistance to change. I'm sorry. We have to change the resistance to change. Right. And that is the challenge, and that is what campaigns like the one which this Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children is leading. And it's a privilege to have been invited here, and it's a privilege to take part, a privilege to be associated with happy parenting. So I wish you every success in the future.
And that brings us to the conclusion of this seminar. I would like, first of all, to thank our keynote speaker, the retired Chief Judge, Honourable Philip Marcus. I would like also to thank Mary Gauci, the President, and Anthony Cauchi, founder and PRO of Happy Parenting Malta for Happier Children. Special thanks to all the guest speakers that we had from Malta and even from abroad, those present here at this beautiful hotel. Thanks to AX Hotel, the management of AX Hotel, for making available this venue. And a big thanks goes to the technical people of CVC Media, without which this transmission would not have been possible. And it's my pleasure to conclude with a young Godston music teacher, but above all, she's a budding singer-songwriter. Ladies and gentlemen, Liana. Thank you very much.
So, hello everyone. My name is Liana. As you heard, I am from Gozo. I am a music teacher. I also write songs because it helps me speak up my mind and say things in a way that words cannot really say. I brought with me my ukulele, which is basically like a baby guitar. It's not loud enough. Anyway. So this is a ukulele, and I am here today because not only I'm helping this NGO by giving free music sessions to children who do not have the opportunity to learn music, but I also wrote a song called Love Is What You Do. This song basically is about the fact that sometimes people say I love you, but they don't show it, and the importance of showing this more than just saying this. So I hope you like my song, and hi. Thank you.